Chapter 997. Taiping furrowed her brows and said in a low voice, Second Zhang had the intention to seize power. Isn't Second Lang's action asking us to give up power? Isn't this playing right into Second Zhang's hands? The letter had been written by Yang Fan. He wanted to create rumors in the capital that Second Zhang would enter the Ministry of Rites and take charge of the Directorate of Studies to control the culture and education of the country. Even though Yang Fan had listed many reasons in his letter, Taiping still did not understand. The letter had been written by Yang Fan to Taiping and but Wan had also received a separate letter from Yang Fan. In that letter, Yang Fan confessed his difficulties to Wan. Yang Fan's actions were to intimidate the aristocrats of Shandong. If Guo Yuanjin's actions in Guanlong could only make the Longxi Li family submit, then Yang Fan's actions could be said to have grabbed the weakness of all the aristocrats of Shandong. The right to educate had always been the foundation of aristocratic families. For thousands of years, aristocratic families had risen and fallen several times. In the end, they had relied on their deep culture and education to regain their power. They would not allow their superior position in culture and education to fall into the hands of others, especially now that there was the imperial examination system. If they lost their superior position in culture and education, even if they only had 30 or 50 years, it was hard to say if they could make a comeback. No one dared to take this risk. But Taiping did not know that Yang Fan had used this weapon to intimidate the aristocrats of Shandong. Yang Fan could not tell her of the existence of the succession hall and his identity as the leader of Xianzong. Thus, his motive for doing this was not convincing enough. The task of persuading Taiping could only be given to Wan. Shanghai Wan'er thought about it and said, Zhang Yiji's goal in writing books is to become a great master of literature. Through this action, he has built up his reputation in the literary world. At the same time, he has recruited a group of famous scholars under his command. His ultimate goal is to have enough power to control the court. Taiping sneered, Correct. Everyone knows Sima Zhao's intentions. Shangguan Wan'er sighed and said, However, Zhang Changzong's slander forced the crown heir and Princess Yongtai to commit suicide. Your Highness, you and King Liang submitted a letter of impeachment. What was the result? Zhang Changzong was only sent out of the capital city to lie low for a while, and the Empress even entrusted him with the important task of imperial envoy, giving him a great merit. Taiping was silent for a long time before he said sadly, Consort Wei had 3 daughters, Chongning, Yongtai, and Enlu. Among the 3, Yongtai was the most amiable, gentle, virtuous, and polite. Who would have thought that she would be the one to suffer such a calamity? Could it be that good people do not live long? Taiping's 3 nieces had not interacted with each other for many years. Even though their familial affection was faint, the blood connection was still there. Thinking of how Li Xianhui was cruelly persecuted to death when she was pregnant, he could not help but feel sad. And the person who killed Li Xianhui was her own grandmother, her own mother. Even Taiping, who already knew that his mother was cold-blooded, could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Hearing her mention Li Xianhui, Shanghai Wan'er unconsciously stroked her gradually bulging belly. A small life was being born in her belly. As a pregnant woman, she could feel the pain and despair that Li Xianhui had suffered. She could not hide the fact that she was pregnant for long. She knew what the Empress feared the most, and she did not know whether her arrangements would allow her, especially her child, to escape the disaster. Thinking about it made her heart wrench. Taiping suddenly mentioned Li Xianhui's death. Although he did not explicitly agree with Wan, he had already admitted that the alliance of the Wu and Li families would not be able to affect her cold-blooded mother. Now, only Second Zhang could influence the Empress's will. This was a tactful acknowledgement of Wan's speculation. Wan said, Second Zhang has netted many people to work for him, and there is no lack of talent among them. Such a big thing has happened in Chang, and an emperor is about to move the capital. Even if Second Zhang did not think of this opportunity to take control of culture and education, how could the people under them not think of it? If they take the initiative to ask the emperor to take control of the directorate, even if your highness wants to stop them, I'm afraid you may not succeed. Princess Taiping frowned and said, Then should we do the opposite? What if this move of advancing in order to retreat backfires? Mother will take advantage of the situation and use Zhang Yiji's contribution of compiling the Pearl of the Three Schools to let him take over the directorate. Because they are young, they have enough time to use this place to raise scholars in the dynasty to have the surname Zhang. Wan said, Although this is the foundation of the country to raise scholars, the effect is extremely slow. They have to keep the power of culture and education, so that the thing that your highness is worried about will happen. Taiping looked forward to it and realized that Second Zhang was young. Of course, he had enough time to manage the culture and education and train his henchmen. But the empress was old. Could she live that long? If the empress passed away, how could they still manage the culture and education? Wana said slowly, So, even if we backfire, it will not really cause serious consequences. Moreover, the things listed in Second Zhang's letter should ensure that the power of culture and education will not really fall into Second Zhang's hands. Moreover, Second Zhang has a great influence on Zhang Changzong, now that Zhang Changzong is in Chang. And do you think Second Zhang will also prepare for a rainy day in front of him? Princess Taiping's eyes suddenly brightened. Wan said sweetly, Zhang Changzong's wisdom is far less than Zhang Yiji's, but the emperor trusts him the most. If Second Zhang exerts some influence on him first, the final result of this matter will not be out of our control. Princess Taiping slowly put away the letter in her hand and nodded slowly. Good. In this case, I will think of a way to spread the news and first build up momentum for Second Zhang. The two women looked at each other and smiled. Suddenly, footsteps came from the flowers. Su Haud, who used to be Princess Taiping's coachman and now was the manager of Zizé Garden, appeared in front of them. He bowed to Princess Taiping and said, Your Highness, Princess and Li's mansion sent news that Princess and Lu has given birth to Lin. Both mother and child are safe. Princess Taiping heard this, and a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. And Li's character could not be hidden from Empress Wu Zetian, and naturally it could not be hidden from Princess Taiping, who had a pair of sharp eyes. When she first saw this niece at Dragon Gate, she was quite fond of her. But once she saw through Li's nature, she became disgusted with this vain, cunning, domineering, and frivolous niece. This time, Princess and Lu had already given birth to a son after only 7 months of marriage, which made the royal family lose face. According to the Empress, she wanted to use medicine to abort the child, but Wu Sanxi refused. This was his own grandson. He ran to Wu Zetian and cried and begged. Only then did Wu Zetian give up. But because of this, the Liang Palace and Princess and Li's mansion were very low-key about Li's birth. Now that Lu had given birth, the royal family did not publicize it, nor did they reward her. Even when they informed her of the good news, they were very low-key. Princess Taiping thought for a while and ordered Ask Li Yi to send a congratulatory gift. I will visit you another day. Su Haud bowed and left. Princess Taiping acted as if nothing had happened. She turned to Wan and said, The garden has just leveled out a kuju court. You and I have not kuju together for a long time. Do you want to go and show your skills? Wan hurriedly said, I am not in the mood. It is the time when spring is tired and autumn is tired. I only sat for a while, and I am already tired. I want to take a nap. Princess Taiping stood up and said with a smile, You have been drinking too much recently. You are also lazy. Be careful of your body. You really do look a little fat. Wan panicked and did not dare to let her look carefully. She spat and pretended to be angry and said, No matter how fat you are, you can't show off your exquisite body. Don't be sarcastic. As she said that, She rolled up her sleeve and hurriedly moved away. On the island in the middle of Longqing Lake, Zhang Changzong was sitting on a stool. Like Yang Fan, who was sitting in a wheelchair, he was holding a fishing rod. However, his attention was not on the fishing float. He turned a blind eye to it and did not know that there was a fish on the hook. He was excitedly showing off his great achievements to Yang Fan. Behind them stood General Lu Maofeng of the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion. Lu Maofeng and Zhang Changzong were old friends. Today, when Zhang Changzong came to visit Yang Fan, it was he who led the troops and escorted him. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Lu Lang is indeed a man of great wisdom and ability. The Ministry of Justice and the Censorate have been in Chang, and for several months, and have found some evidence. Unfortunately, they did not have the courage and did not know how to start. As a result, they were always passive and were played by those corrupt officials. They even caused me to be hit by a sneak attack and almost lost my life. When Lu Lang first arrived in Chang, and he used his great courage and decisiveness to sweep away all the evils. With the swift sword of the emperor, he cut through the Gordian knot and cleanly solved the chaos in Chang. After Lu Lang's vigorous reorganization, the emperor's westward migration will be smooth sailing." Zhang Changzong was very pleased. Yang Zixi, the prime minister, and a person who had been in and out of the official world for decades, only knew how to praise Zhang Changzong for being as beautiful as a flower. He did not know that young and impetuous youths all hoped that they were truly capable. Even if a man was beautiful, the most important thing was not his appearance. Especially when Zhang Changzong used his body to serve the emperor, he did not like it when people talked about it. Yang Fan's praise was right on Zhang Changzong's itch. Zhang Changzong was overjoyed. He gently lifted the fishing rod in his hand and elegantly threw it back into the water. The fish had already left the hook, and the fish food on the hook was gone, but he did not realize it. Zhang Changzong swung the fishing hook and pretended to be reserved as he said to Yang Fan, "The pearl of the 3 sects compiled by Lu Lang is about to be completed. My brother's intention is to slow down and delay it for a while. After the sage moves the capital to Chang, and he will then present this masterpiece to the sage as a gift for the sage moving the capital." Yang Fan clapped his hands and sighed. "Lu Lang is wise. If we wait for the sage to move the capital before presenting this masterpiece, wouldn't it be the icing on the cake?" Zhang Changzong smiled proudly and leaned his body towards Yang Fan. He lowered his voice and said, "Lu Lang's pearl of the 3 sects is about to be completed. I have also made a great contribution in Chang, and the sage is very happy. There is news from the capital that someone suggested that Lu Lang should enter the Ministry of Rites and take charge of the Imperial College. He will be in charge of the culture and education of the world." Yang Fan was slightly startled and said in surprise, "Be in charge of the culture and education? Who proposed this?" Zhang Changzong smiled and said, "King Liang." Yang Fan was startled again. Zhang Changzong said calmly, "Last time, because of Wu Yanji's death, he submitted a memorial to impeach me. He must have seen that my favor has not waned, so he is eager to remedy it. This compliment is probably because he doesn't want me to cause trouble for him. Ha! A villain who sees the wind and sets the helm. Well, what Lu Lang said is very, very true." Zhang Changzong could hear the reluctance in Yang Fan's tone. He couldn't help but glance at him and saw that Yang Fan hurriedly hid a trace of surprise. Zhang Changzong suddenly became suspicious. He quickly restrained his smile and said, "Unhappily, I have always regarded Lu Lang as my confidant. Now Lu Lang has something to say, but you are not willing to say it to me?" This, Yang Fan looked embarrassed. But when he saw Zhang Changzong's burning eyes, he couldn't hide it. He hesitated and said, "I just think that if King Liang really wants to repair the relationship with Lu Lang, then it couldn't be better. I'm afraid that he has ulterior motives." Zhang Changzong said doubtfully, "Education is the way to rule the world. Being in charge of education is like controlling the universe. How can there be ulterior motives in this matter? Yang Fan said slowly, "Education is not a day's work. The sage is already old. I'm afraid distant water can't put out a nearby fire." Chapter 998. Zhang Changzong was silent for a long time, thinking quietly. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that what Yang Fan said was reasonable. Was Wu Sanxi really so kind? Although he and Wulong were favored, Wu Sanxi was already the head of the Wu clan. The empress needed to consolidate the throne. Unless Wu Sanxi rebelled, would she touch him? Did he need to flatter him like this? Yang Fan was right. This was clearly Wu Sanxi's delaying tactic. Not only did he deceive him and Wulong, but he also made him lose his vigilance against him. Zhang Changzong became more and more uneasy as he thought about it. He hurriedly threw the fishing rod away and got up to leave. Yang Fan hurriedly said, "Where is Wulong going?" Zhang Changzong said, "Erlang's words woke me up. I will go back and write a letter to Wulong. I won't be fooled by Wu Sanxi." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Wulong's temperament is really straightforward. But why do we need to rush this matter?" Zhang Changzong doubted. "What does Erlang mean?" Yang Fan said, "They are just releasing the news now. They haven't spoken to the emperor yet, right? Wulong can wait until they formally ask the emperor for credit before they come forward to refuse. In this way, Wulong will be fulfilled. Everyone in the world will know that the two Lang Jun don't care about power and position." Zhang Changzong was overjoyed. He quickly bowed to Yang Fan and sincerely said, "Erlang is far-sighted. Thank you for your advice." Zhang Changzong let go of his worries and picked up the fishing rod again to continue fishing. However, with his patience, the fishing rod would be lifted and lowered from time to time. How could there be any fish taking the bait? On the other hand, Yang Fan had a good harvest. In the end, Zhang Changzong could only take the two big fish given to him by Yang Fan and bid farewell. Lu Maofeng was chatting with Ma Qiao on the side. When he saw Zhang Changzong was about to leave, he hurriedly greeted him. Seeing the two big fish in Zhang Changzong's hands, he reached out and took them. He repeatedly complimented, "Wulong is really capable. You actually caught such a big fish." Zhang Changzong nodded reservedly. He couldn't say that he didn't even catch a palm-sized fish. He swaggered his sleeves and walked away. Lu Maofeng took the fish in his hand and handed it to his guard. He bowed to Yang Fan from a distance and said loudly, "General Yang, I'm leaving." Yang Fan casually waved to him and said loudly, "Zhang Fengchen as well." Escort Zhang Fengchen, Zhang Fengchen. Lu Maofeng loudly and followed and left with Zhang. Holding his chin, Yang Fan looked at Zhang Changzong's departing figure for a long time before letting out a sigh. Gu Zhuting came over with a fish basket in her hand. She was wondering if she should use these fresh fish to make fish fillet or fish soup. Hearing Yang Fan's long sigh, she hastily asked, "Ah Lang, is there something on your mind?" I said, "Ah Yang, I said. I Fan, I said. Ah Yang. Tell me, when the Son of Heaven finally ascended to the throne of the Emperor after racking her brains and stepping on a pool of blood, did she feel the same as I do now?" Gu Zhuting couldn't help but laugh. Yang Fan looked at her with an unfriendly expression. "This is different," Gu Zhuting explained. "The Empress was the Empress Dowager. The Emperor was her son and could be deposed at will. In fact, she was the Empress Dowager. She wanted to be the ruler of a nation and leave her name in the annals of history. I didn't want to be a pawn that could be sacrificed at any time." Yang Fan said, "Did I ask you this?" Yang Fan narrowed his eyes and snorted, "Don't lie." Gu Zhuting pursed her lips and said honestly, "I think you are different from the Empress Dowager. Before she became the Empress, she wanted to be the Empress. Now that she is the Empress, she is afraid of losing the throne. Therefore, she has been scheming and guarding against me. She will kill anyone she suspects. But you are strange." "Strange?" Gu Zhuting nodded and said yes, strange. It wasn't easy for me to get rid of the aristocratic family's control. But now I don't have all the power. I have so much wealth and manpower. But Lang didn't even blink and gave all the ministries to his subordinates. I can't figure it out. Yang Fan smiled and said, Why can't I figure it out? You have to know that I am different from Shinmu. The hidden sect was founded by Shinmu, so he doesn't have to worry about internal problems. As for me, although I have a group of people who are loyal to me in the hidden sect, my power is limited and I can't control the whole situation. Although those who would inevitably rise up against me have been eradicated, once the remaining people are enticed by the aristocratic families, they might still have other thoughts of disloyalty. Can I continue killing them endlessly? Some killings are necessary, but blindly killing will only cause people to be disloyal. Our Empress Dowager has killed many people, but what is the result? There are more and more people who have different ideas. Therefore, I want them to know that by following me, they can control more power than following the aristocratic families. Once they have tasted the sweetness, they will follow me wholeheartedly. It is difficult to kill one person and establish another. Furthermore, it is easy to cause fear in the hearts of the people, giving the aristocratic families an opportunity to take advantage of. However, for every person I win over, the aristocratic families will have one less person. This increase and decrease will be worth it. Furthermore, during this process, I will observe carefully to see who is unreliable. Gu Zhuting spoke with a face of worship. Lang is wise and farsighted. Pa! There was a crisp sound as Gu Zhuting's but was slapped. I'd felt really good. Gu Zhuting blushed and quickly looked around. She silently rejoiced. Fortunately, there is no one. Ma Qiao quickly hid behind a tree and silently rejoiced. Fortunately, she didn't see me. Gu Zhuting spoke shyly. What did I say wrong again? Yang Fan stretched out a finger and said, Firstly, your smile earlier was obviously mocking me for comparing myself to the Empress just because I am the patriarch of a sect. I am overestimating myself. You even used flowery words and pretended to be pretentious. Secondly, if a beauty like you could be fooled by a few words, you would have been abducted many times already. Yet, you still pretended to be an innocent little girl. Don't you think you deserve a beating? Gu Zhuting laughed and quickly straightened her pretty face. She lowered her head and meekly said, Yes, I know I am wrong. There was a fish basket hanging on the wheelchair. As the wheelchair moved, water splashed in the basket. Listening to the sound of water, Yang Fan said unhurriedly, Now that you mention it, I remember that it's not the time for me to put away my weapons yet. There are indeed a lot of things that I need to do immediately. Gu Zhuting pushed the wheelchair and felt a burst of numbness on her butt. She couldn't help blushing and was in a trance. Suddenly, when she heard that Yang Fan had something to do, her eyes flashed and a faint murderous aura appeared. She eagerly said, What do you need me to do, Lang? Please tell me. Yang Fan said, You see, with this pond in Longqing Square, the scenery is pleasant and it is the most livable. Before the news of the emperor moving the capital spreads and the land price rises, we must quickly buy a piece of land by the pond and build a big house. It must be at least 3 times bigger than the house in Luoyang. No, 5 times. Gu Zhuting's murderous aura suddenly dissipated. The more Yang Fan said, the more excited he became. We can't just buy a house, we must also buy a shop. Nyo is a money grubber, other than taking care of her children. Making money is her greatest pleasure. I must quickly buy a shop in Chang, and Dong'an, and Xi'an City. This time there are many officials and nobles in Chang, and who are unlucky. There must be many who are eager to sell their shops, and the price will not be expensive. We must hurry. Yang Fan excitedly pointed to the distance and said, That place is not bad. Let's buy it there. The place must be big so that when our sons grow up, we can marry and have children. Then our family will be able to live there. Gu Zhuting pursed her lips and replied, Yes, I will get someone to arrange it immediately. Yang Fan turned his head to look at her and said with a smile, "You go and choose it yourself. Put some thought into it. There will be a courtyard for you." Gu Zhuting's pretty face, which had just regained its color, blushed again. Her shy and happy expression was very charming. Yang Fan could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. He had been eating all kinds of tonics recently and had nowhere to vent his excessive energy. Now, a beauty's shyness actually caused ripples in his heart. Yang Fan tilted his head and said with a naughty smile, "Oh yes, there is one thing that I said to you just now." Gu Zhuting asked curiously, "Which one?" "Lang is talking about buying a shop." Yang Fan shook his head and said, No, it's the one before. I told you not to pretend to be an innocent little girl." Gu Zhuting blinked in confusion. Yang Fan coughed lightly and lowered his voice, saying, "If we are in the bedroom, I do not mind you pretending to be like that." In an instant, Gu Zhuting's pretty face turned purple. Yang Fan successfully teased her and could not help but burst into laughter. Inside the house, Guda heard Yang Fan's laughter and quickly came out to welcome him. When he saw the girl, he immediately turned pale with fright. "Why is the sun so hot today? Look at this little sister's face." Shen Mu was a womanizer and loved to flirt with women. The consequence of his flirtatious behavior was countless sins that he could not clear. Now, Miss Gong Sanlanji is here to collect the debt. When Shen Mu first saw Gong Sanlanji, he was shocked. Unfortunately, he only saw Gong Sanlanji's beauty. In front of her beauty, he ignored her temperament. Based on Miss Gongsuin's temperament, even if she married and had children, she would not become a gentle and virtuous young housewife. Aunt Pei has been domineering in front of Mr. Gongsun all her life and only gradually calmed down in her old age. Her only daughter's temperament is even more unyielding than hers. Shinmu dared not imagine how chaotic the house would be if she were to enter his house. However, he could not decisively cut off his feelings. In terms of feelings, this Shixiong is fickle and indecisive, far inferior to Yang Fan. As a result, he is now in a passive position. Miss Gongsun sat opposite him and glared at him fiercely, saying, "All right, you originally had a bunch of reasons. Now it's fine, right? The aristocratic families will no longer be able to order you around. Everything will have to be discussed with you. The obvious and hidden schools have also reached an agreement and can live in peace from now on. What other reason do you have to delay the marriage with me?" Shinmu heaved a long sigh. The Xiongnu have not been destroyed. With a kung, Gong Sanlanji unsheathed her sword and placed it on Shinmu's shoulder. Gong Sanlanji glared with her almond-shaped eyes and fiercely spat. "If you dare to say another word of nonsense, I will cut off your tongue." Lan Jinhai rushed in from outside and shouted, "Young master, Abdullah is here!" Dressed in a white robe with a black and white checkered scarf on his head, the Abbasid Caliphate merchant Abdullah appeared. Behind him followed a blonde attendant. No matter how tough Gong Sanlanji is, it is not good for her to force a marriage in front of outsiders. With a cold snort, she sheathed her sword and walked out with her head held high. Abdullah repeatedly shook his head, saying, "I have already told you that female slaves can be bought and sold freely, but free women are a shackle around a man's neck." "Ah no, it was a sharp long sword. If you like them, you can buy more beautiful and coquettish female slaves and take whatever you want. You should not touch these free women." Shinmu blushed. "All right, I know how to be a wise man in hindsight. Quickly tell me, how did the Shandong aristocrats react when they found out that Second Zhang is going to be in charge of culture and education?" Chapter 999. The waves were sparkling, and the willow branches were curling up. Many people appeared on the uneven wasteland beside the Longqing pool. There were craftsmen in short garments and soldiers in military uniforms. Yang Fan was pushed by Gu Zhuting. Along the way, he looked left and right, feeling very comfortable. Judging from the traces left on the ground, there used to be a house foundation here. There should be a few houses here, and there was a big yard nearby. Usually, this kind of yard would be used as a vegetable field by the owner. However, because someone dug a well in Longqing Square and dug the mouth of the spring, it turned into a lake with a radius of 10 hectares. The whole terrain changed because of this and became uneven. The land Yang Fan bought included at least the area of 10 families who used to live here. He could also see several mud walls that originally separated different families. Under Ren Wei's guidance, an old man who looked to be over 50 years old, with a vigorous spirit and a sturdy back, greeted Yang Fan. Ren Wei introduced him to Yang Fan. Ah Lang, this is Master Huang, the man responsible for the construction of the mansion. The old man smiled humbly at Yang Fan and said, I'm Huang Yuanbao. You can call me Old Huang. Ren Wei smiled and said, This Master Huang is not ordinary. He participated in the building of the Daming Palace with his master. Now he has inherited all of his master's skills. The old man smiled and added proudly, My master and I are only responsible for the design and construction of the Penglai Pool in the Daming Palace. I dare not say that it is the Daming Palace. When Yang Fan first arrived in Chang, and he had carefully walked around the palace several times and was very familiar with the situation everywhere. After hearing what the old man said, he recalled the situation in the Penglai Pool. Among all the buildings in the Daming Palace, Penglai Lake was the most garden style. Ponds, rockery, pavilions, and terraces were scattered in this group of palaces and buildings. They were also cleverly connected by bright and dark corridors. Although the emperor had not returned to Chang, and for 20 years in Luoyang, the Chang and palace was in disrepair, and the gardens were also in lack of repair, it still gave people a sense of magnificence. Hearing that Master Huang was the craftsman who designed and built the Penglai Pool, Yang Fan was naturally overjoyed and trusted his construction skills. Yang Fan immediately nodded and said, Okay, my house is in your hands, Master Huang. Huang Yuanbao smiled and said, Don't worry, Lang Jun. I will do my best to satisfy you. It was also by the Longqing Pool, but on the other side of the lake, Zheng Yu supported a white-haired old man to stand by the lake. The old man was old Grandpa Zheng. Although all the aristocratic families had evacuated after learning that the emperor would move the capital to Chang, and it did not mean that they did not dare to appear in front of Wu Zetian. However, both sides were giants like a lion and a leopard. Even if they would not fight as soon as they met, it would be uncomfortable to be too close. But now such a big thing had happened in Chang. Others might not have arrived in time, or they might not have realized how serious the situation was. But old Grandpa Zheng's eldest grandson was here to take charge, so he still rushed over. Unfortunately, when he arrived, the dust had already settled. Old Grandpa Zheng stood still and looked at the island subconsciously. Zheng Yu was looking at the other side. After a while, old Grandpa Zheng withdrew his gaze. Zheng Yu said, Grandpa, that is the land that Yang Fan bought. He wants to build a big house there. Old Grandpa Zheng smiled and sighed softly. Zheng Yu looked into the distance. From here, he could only vaguely see some people moving around. He did not know if Yang Fan was there, but he seemed to have seen Yang Fan. He gritted his teeth and said, Forget about Xin Mu. After all, the hidden sect was originally a small branch under the obvious sect that was in charge of carrying out some shady things. It is his ability that allowed him to manage to such a situation. I have no choice but to accept it. But what about Yang Fan? If we did not appreciate him, he would be nothing. But he dared to betray us. This time, we must let him know how powerful we are. Old Grandpa Zheng smiled again. His smile was still so calm and peaceful, but it had a hint of bitterness. You are Grandpa. If this person did not have any redeeming qualities, do you think Shenmu would choose to cooperate with him with his shrewdness? Zheng Yu was stunned. Old Grandpa Zheng sighed deeply and said, Shenmu is the most incredible youth that I have seen all these years. But Yang Fan, all along, I have looked down on him. All of our aristocratic families have looked down on him. If not for this, we would not have treated him like this. and he might not have fallen out with us. Shenmu is like a sharp dagger, even if he is hidden in the sheath. You know that when he is pulled out, he is going to kill. As for Yang Fan, he is like a steel needle hidden in cotton. He looks very soft and can be rubbed or flattened. He has no ability to harm, but if you squeeze him too hard, he will ruthlessly stab you with the needle. Old Grandpa Zheng coughed a few times and sighed. Without him, Shenmu would not be able to sing this play alone. Even if someone else were to accompany Shenmu, they would still not be able to sing this play. This is Yang Fan's ability. Zhang Yu said indignantly, so what? If the 7 sects and 5 families wanted to deal with him, wouldn't it be as easy as crushing an ant? Old Grandpa Zheng frowned and said, there is a rumor in the capital that after the emperor moves the capital, he will let the Zhang brothers, who have merit in writing books, take charge of the capital's culture and education. Have you heard? Zhang Yu said, I have heard, but this matter is too absurd. Although the 2 Zhang brothers are from aristocratic families and have merit in writing books, they are still young. What virtue do they have to take charge of the culture and education? Old Grandpa Zheng said meaningfully, if we insist on dealing with Shenmu and Yang Fan, the 2 Zhang brothers will take charge of the culture and education. This is a threat to us and also a condition. Zhang Yu said disdainfully, the power of our aristocratic families is vast and pervasive. Do you think we can't deal with them? Old Grandpa Zheng looked at the unconvinced Zhang Yu and secretly sighed. Suddenly, a strange thought came to his mind. Why is my grandson so stupid? If only Shenmu or Yang Fan were people like them, even if only one of them was a descendant of the Zheng family, how good would that be? Huang Yuanbao had participated in the design and construction of the palace buildings. He could be said to be a master in the construction industry, but he had no status in front of the officials. He nodded and bowed as he accompanied Yang Fan here and there. He did not look like a master at all, but when it came to architecture, Master Huang had his own ideas. With just a casual look, he had a complete idea. Yang Fan listened to him talking about it casually, gradually sketching the outline of an exquisite and luxurious mansion in his mind. Under Master Huang's planning, a stinky ditch would become a gurgling spring, and a small mound would become a pavilion with flying eaves and arches. It had the magical effect of turning iron into gold. Yang Fan nodded repeatedly. He turned to Gu Zhuting and said with a smile, "What do you think of this Master Huang?" Gu Zhuting said with admiration, "Master Huang is really an amazing master of architecture. I can't wait to see Ah Lang's new mansion." Yang Fan looked at her with a smile and said, "Do you want to see the new mansion or your new courtyard?" Gu Zhuting blushed. She gave him a charming look, but did not answer. Yang Fan smiled and said to Huang Yuanbao, "Master Huang, I heard that your disciples have finished their apprenticeship. I have a few mansions next to me. Let's give them to your disciples to build at the same time as you." Yang Fan waved his hand. Other than the side facing the lake, the other 3 sides of his mansion were included. Huang Yuanbao was pleasantly surprised. "Yes, yes," he repeatedly said. "Don't worry, Lang Jun, this old man will immediately send someone to find them." Gu Zhuting was surprised. Lang Jun bought the surrounding land as well. Yang Fan asked, "Otherwise, where would your family live?" Hearing this, Gu Zhuting's heart suddenly warmed. The rims of her eyes reddened. Huang Yuanbao was old and shrewd. At first, he thought that this pretty girl was just a servant girl of this seemingly unspeakably noble personage. But after hearing their tone of voice, he realized that she must be a first-class, favored concubine. Immediately, he became respectful towards Gu Zhuting. Yang Fan called Huang Yuanbao to one side. He specifically told him to build several secret passages and secret rooms. Generally, big families have the habit of building secret passages and secret rooms. Huang Yuanbao quickly memorized Yang Fan's detailed instructions. They came to a high slope in front of them. It was about 2 mu wide and was full of lush trees. Huang Yuanbao said, "This place is simple. It is not steep and not surprising. It is not appropriate to use it as a ridge or a mountain. Lang Jun shouldn't have bought this piece of land. If you want to level the land, I'm afraid it will be too laborious." Yang Fan shook his head and said, "No, we can't carry out any large-scale construction here. Just follow the topography and make some slight adjustments. Get rid of all the weeds and plants. Plant more exotic flowers and rare plants. Plant osmanthus trees in the center of the hill." Huang Yuanbao was startled. "Lang Jun, if we don't do any construction here, it will be difficult to get rid of the simple atmosphere. I'm afraid it will not match Long Jun's mansion." Yang Fan smiled. Looking at the lush trees, he vaguely saw the girl who was as graceful as a fairy. He nodded at the trees and said to Huang Yuanbao seriously, "This is the smell I want." Lovely spring terrace. From the bottom of the stone steps, they went up the steps one by one. They crossed the high door Zil and entered the magnificent main hall. Then they passed through the thick coiled dragon pillars and bypassed the 18 screens to enter the inner hall. Along the way, all the eunuchs and palace maids knelt on the ground facing the direction of the palace. They didn't even dare to breathe. In the inner hall, on the red velvet carpet, Shanghai Wanner knelt for a long time. Fu Qingqing stood next to her. She had a nervous expression on her face. The four sides of the inner hall were draped with gauze. The sunlight shone through the double layer of gauze lattice windows, reflecting the complex and gorgeous patterns on the carpet. The entire inner hall was bright and spacious, but this bright light could not clearly illuminate Wu Zetian's gloomy face. Wu Zetian said angrily, "I had high expectations of you. I didn't expect you to do such a shameful thing. You really disappoint me." The more Wu Zetian spoke, the angrier she became. She suddenly grabbed the knife on the table and fiercely threw it at Shanghai Wanner. Chapter 1000. Seeing the armor knife flying towards her face, but Wu Zetian was in a rage. If she dodged, it would definitely anger the Empress even more. Shanghai Wanner did not dare to move. She could only kneel straight. Seeing the armor knife approaching her body, she subconsciously closed her eyes. The knife was not big and was used to cut paper. However, when the sharp tip of the knife pierced Wanner, she still felt pain between her eyebrows. The armor knife was right between her eyebrows. The armor knife fell to the ground, and blood flowed down her face. "Whose child is it?" Wu Zetian's cold voice followed. Wanner tightly closed her eyes. She only felt the blood slowly flowing down to her mouth. She tightened her lips and did not say a word. She would never say the name Yang Fan. If she did not say it, she still had a glimmer of hope. If she did, she would only lose Yang Fan's life, and it would be difficult for her and the child to escape. She had always regarded her reputation as more important than her life. For her man and her child, she could give up her life, and she could also give up her reputation. Wu Zetian looked coldly at Fu Qingqing. This informant hurriedly lowered his head and said in a low voice, I don't know either." Wu Zetian slightly raised her chin and asked, "How many months has the child in her belly been?" Fu Qingqing said, "As per the sage's command, the Imperial Academy of Medicine assistant Yang, he has already taken Shangguan Dai's pulse. He said it is 7 months." 7 months? Ha ha ha. I am really old and my eyes are blurred. You were by my side, pregnant for 7 months, and I did not notice at all. Wu Zetian laughed coldly for a while. She gently furrowed her brows and began to think. Fu Qingqing observed her expression and hurriedly reminded, "Probably it was a month after the sage returned to the capital from Sanyang Palace." Wu Zetian's eyes suddenly sharpened. She said in a low voice, "Since then, how many times has Wanner stayed outside the palace? Who did she often meet?" In order to report someone to the emperor, one could not make irresponsible remarks. One had to make sufficient preparations. Fu Qingqing was indeed well prepared. She looked at Shangguan Wanner timidly, but still gathered her courage and took out a letter from her sleeves. She quietly handed it to Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian fiercely opened the letter. At a glance, she was shocked. Wu Sanxi Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changqi, Gao Jian, Zhang Shua, Cui Shi, Cui Yi, Cui Di. During the days when Wanner stayed outside the palace and did not return, she mostly drank with these people. Most of these people were scholars of the present age. Wanner was in charge of the History Institute and the Hanlin Academy, so it was normal for her to interact with these scholars. Therefore, Wu Zetian did not have any suspicions. Now it seemed that her lover must be one of them. Wu Zetian pondered for a while, waved her hand, and said to Fu Qingqing, "Leave." Yes. Fu Qingqing acknowledged, bowed, and retreated. When she was about to leave the hall, she subconsciously glanced at Wanner and then at Wu Zetian. Suddenly, she discovered that two murderous gazes were coldly staring at her. Fu Qingqing was shocked. When she looked again, she saw two beautiful women standing on each side of the curtain. One was Lan Yiqing, and the other was Gao Ying. Both of them looked at her unkindly, with a faint murderous intent. Seeing that she was looking at them, the two women curled their lips at the same time, showing extreme disdain and disdain. Fu Qingqing knew that these two women were also Wanner's confidants. They could even be called good sisters. Fu Qingqing could not help but smile bitterly to herself. "Sister Wanner, if you let me be the bad person, there will be many people in the palace who will not like me in the future." Wu Zetian held the handwritten letter and slowly paced in the hall for a while. She went around to the imperial table and sat down. She saw Shanghai Wanner still kneeling on the ground, her upper body straight. The bright red blood on her face contrasted with her snow-white skin. It was somewhat frightening, and her heart suddenly softened. The emperor was lonely. Wanner had served her since she was 14 years old. She had accompanied her for a longer time than anyone else in the world. How could she not have some affection in her heart? Wu Zetian suppressed the anger in her heart and slowly asked, "Tell me, who is the father of this child?" Wanner gently lowered her head and whispered, "Holy Sage Wanner." Wanner doesn't know. The anger that Wu Zetian had just suppressed burst out again. She slammed the imperial table heavily and stood up angrily, shouting, "Bastard! At this point, you still dare to lie to me. You don't know. You." Wu Zetian pointed at Shanghai Wanner. Suddenly seeing her ashamed look, she could not help but stop her scolding. She was stunned for a long time and then tentatively said, You can't confirm whose child it is?" Wanner was speechless. She kowtowed with tears and said, "Holy Sage is wise. Holy Sage, please don't ask any more. Wanner knows her mistake." Wu Zetian's legs softened. She suddenly sat back on the chair. She finally understood. No wonder Wanner found it difficult to speak. Wanner, who looked as pure as ice and as clean as jade, was actually so promiscuous in private. For some reason, Wu Zetian suddenly remembered that when the Crane Control Bureau had just been established, Zhang Yiji had selected 7 fair-skinned and beautiful young men from the capital to enter the palace. She had taken advantage of the novelty of the wine and summoned 4 people to serve her in bed that night. Wu Zetian's old face heated up. She could no longer curse Shanghai Wanner. At the same time, she felt inexplicably relaxed. For many years, Wanner had served in the central government and was involved in confidential matters. She was her indispensable right-hand woman. Now, she was known as the Minister of Internal Affairs. If she and someone secretly promised to marry, Wu Zetian could not guarantee that Wanner would not become a thorn in her side. The purpose of this nail was not necessarily to harm her. Perhaps it was to understand her every move in order to cater to her superior's wishes and flatter her superior. But no one liked to have their every move understood like the back of their hand. If Wanner was just mature in body and mind and needed something, then having a one-night stand with those distinguished men and becoming husband and wife, the problem would not be so serious. But was Wanner really messed up in private, or was it to cover up the truth? The older Wu Zetian got, the more suspicious she became. Because of Wanner's embarrassed state, she thought of this possibility. But she would not believe everything Wanner said because of this. But what should she do? Like a mother whose daughter was stolen and raped? Should she angrily question those people one by one? If this matter spread, the dignity of the royal family would be completely gone. It would be strange if the people did not spread the word that the palace was unbearably obscene. Wu Zetian was very clear about the power of those gossipy women in the village. Back then, she was only 13 years old. Just because she was pretty, wore brightly colored clothes, and liked to go out, she was talked about by many people behind her back. There were many unbearable rumors about her. Once this kind of romantic affair was leaked, who knew how ugly it would be when it was spread by others? How to deal with Wanner was secondary. The most important thing was to find out if Wanner was seduced by someone and became a spy buried by her side. How could he get to the bottom of this without making a fuss? This was the key. After all, Wu Zetian had been in power for many years. Reason quickly took the upper hand. Once she knew what was important, she would not be swayed by emotions. Wu Zetian was silent for a long time. Her tone gradually softened. This is also my fault. You have been by my side since you were 14. For many years, I have treated you as my confidant, even as my own daughter. But I have neglected that you have already grown into a woman and need a man. Wu Zetian sighed. I do not want to look into this absurd matter, but I have to think of a way to deal with the aftermath. You should know that if this matter were to be made public, not only will your reputation be destroyed, the dignity of the court will also be lost. Shanghai Wanner hurriedly wiped away the blood on her face and looked at Wu Zetian with surprise. She knew that all the preparations she had made could not arouse the emperor's suspicion and killing intent. But she did not expect that Wu Zetian would forgive her so easily. Shanghai Wanner was ecstatic. She repeatedly kowtowed and said, "Many thanks to the saint's mercy. Wanner will listen to the saint's arrangements." Wu Zetian smiled faintly and said, 7 months is indeed not a good time to abort the child, but there are many national doctors in the imperial hospital. They should not harm your body. Abort the child. You can use illness as an excuse to recuperate for 10 days to half a month. Then you can return to my side. No one will know about this matter. Shanghai Wanner's face changed. She hurriedly shook her head and said, "No. Wanner cannot do it. I beg the saint to have mercy. Wanner wants to give birth to the child." Wu Zetian's face changed. She said in a deep voice, "You cannot even determine who the father of the child is. What do you want this child for?" Shangguan Wanner sobbed and said, "Saint, no matter who his father is, he is my own flesh and blood." Wu Zetian said unhappily, "Silly, if I let you give birth to the child safely, how can it be hidden from the eyes and ears of the world? I have already intended to pardon your crimes. Don't push your luck." Shanghai Wanner said, "I would rather blame myself. Even if I am demoted to a servant by the saint, I only ask that the saint allow me to give birth to the child." Wu Zetian waved her sleeves and said, "Summon the imperial doctor." "No. Saint, I beg you." Shanghai Wanner hurriedly walked a few steps and knelt in front of the imperial table. She said in a hoarse voice, "Saint, Wanner has received the guidance of the saint and the care of the saint. In Wanner's heart, the saint is a ruler and a mother. I do not dare to disobey the saint's words. But this child is my flesh and blood. He is my flesh and blood. If the saint wants to kill this child, I will hate you for the rest of my life." It was likely that no one in the world had ever said such words to Wu Zetian. At least in her memory, no one had ever said such words to her. She looked at Wanner with a strange gaze and said in a deep voice, "By my side, you are below one person and above millions of people. You are willing to give up everything that I have given you just to protect this child?" Shanghai Wanner raised her head and said resolutely, "I have come to the world this time. I also want to be a woman, to be a mother. I beg the saint to grant my wish." Shanghai Wanner kowtowed to the ground and did not get up again. Wu Zetian narrowed her old eyes and looked at her quietly. Her face was like an ancient well without any ripples, like a cold lake that would not melt for 1,000 years. After a while, Wu Zetian said, "If you want to protect this child, your glory, wealth, power, status, and everything else must be given up. For the dignity of the royal family, including your freedom, I can allow you to give birth to the child, but you will be imprisoned and cut off from the world. Are you willing?" Shanghai Wanner heard that there was still room for negotiation. As long as she could protect her child, she did not have to worry about anything else. She kowtowed again and said, "The saint is merciful. Wanner is willing to accept it." Wu Zetian stared at Shanghai Wanner, and her eyes gradually softened. She had never taken family as a big deal, so she could not understand this kind of person who could give up everything for their children. She said, "That is just a lump of meat that has not been born. It is not even a living person." In her view, if someone took the risk to pursue Shanghai Wanner, their goal must be the power in her hands. Otherwise, there were so many beautiful women. Who would take such a big risk to have an affair with someone close to the emperor? And Wanner was the same. If she harbored disloyalty and coveted the power that she gave her, how could she give up this opportunity that she gave her? Therefore, although Wu Zetian seemed to be tolerant, there was already a hidden killing intent. If Wanner conveniently accepted her suggestion, then she must kill Wanner, even if she killed the wrong person. Now that Wanner was willing to give up everything in order to give birth to the child, Wu Zetian believed that she was harmless to her. Somehow, Wu Zetian suddenly thought of her eldest daughter. It was in the 5th year of Yonghui. She was a pink and cute baby. In the blink of an eye, almost 50 years had passed. She thought that she had long forgotten the daughter who would never grow up. But now the image of her daughter clearly appeared in her mind, and her anger was completely gone. After a long silence, Wu Zetian's peaceful but somewhat hollow voice sounded in the hall leisurely. "Wanner, draft the decree. Officially announce to the world that I will move the capital to Chang'an this year. Wait for Shanghai Wanner to go to Chang'an first and prepare for the relocation of the capital with Minister Fengqian Zhang Changzong." Shanghai Wanner looked up in surprise. Wu Zetian continued, "Gao ing lan yiqing." The 2 internal guards who had been standing by the curtain bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." "You 2 escort Wanner to Chang'an. Ask Zhang Changzong to arrange a secret, safe, and inaccessible place for her." Shanghai Wanner understood and kowtowed with joy. "Wanner thanks the sage for your kindness." Wu Zetian grabbed the dragon head crutch and left the imperial desk. When she walked to Shanghai Wanner, she put the dragon head crutch on the ground and left without saying a word. Chapter 1001. The spring rain was like oil as it pattered against the black roof of the boat. The ripples on the water came one after the other, appearing and disappearing. Amidst the misty rain, a white curtain seemed to be drawn between the world and the sky. The boat was anchored on the water. There was a large umbrella at the bow of the boat. Under the umbrella was a little red clay stove with a burning fire. A large fish that Yang Fan had personally caught was being stewed in the pot on the stove. The milky white fish soup boiled, and the thick fragrance could not be dispersed. In the cabin, Gu Zhuting knelt in front of the low table and used a spoon to gently stir a bowl of fish soup. The bowl was a coarse earthenware bowl used by fishermen. It just so happened to cater to the simple and unsophisticated atmosphere of a picnic on a small boat in the drizzle. Only when paired with that pair of soft and slender white hands, there was a kind of beauty that was a feast for the eyes. She sprinkled a handful of finely chopped emerald green coriander into the milky white fish soup. The thick fish fragrance immediately turned into an even more appetizing aroma that seeped into the heart. Yang Fan sat opposite her and leaned against a thick cushion. He breathed in contentedly and said, so fragrant, "Let it cool a bit more, it's still a bit hot." He was holding a letter in his hand. The letter had been sent from Luoyang by the people of Xian sect. After a bloody purge, he had received news from Luoyang. This meant that he had obtained the allegiance of all of Xian sect. Right now, the main power of Xian sect was in Luoyang. In the beginning, he had used the conflict with Shenmu to move the succession hall to Luoyang. The entire power of Xian sect had moved to the east in order to make it easier for them to act in Chang. But at the time, he had not thought that the emperor would move him to Chang. This affected his control over Xian sect. The mountain was high and the emperor was far. Now that the Xian sect was able to resume operations and send news from Luoyang to him, this was a signal. This meant that the entire Xian sect had completely acknowledged his position and boarded his ship. This also meant that the inner turmoil of the Xian sect had calmed. The letter was very long and reported to him all sorts of things. The main content was, of course, the situation of the internal reorganization of Xian sect. But when he reached the last page, Yang Fan found a piece of news that caught his attention. The letter said that the emperor had officially announced to the world that the capital would be moved to Chang, and Yang Fan immediately raised his head and asked Gu Zhuting, "Have the shops in the east and west markets been handed over?" Gu Zhuting did not understand why he suddenly thought of this matter when he was reading the letter. She was stunned for a moment before replying, "Yes, we've already bought 27 shops. There are oil shops, cloth shops, grain shops, and jewelry shops. There are even a few that are in a hurry to sell their shops. When they heard that we're buying in bulk, they took the initiative to look for us." Yang Fan beamed with joy and said, "Then let's buy it. Don't let them run away. Even if we can't manage it ourselves, we can sell it and make a fortune. Hee. The news of the emperor moving the capital will soon reach Chang, and we have to act quickly." Gu Zhuting could not help but cover her mouth and chuckle when she saw his smug expression. She lowered her neat and beautiful eyelids and said, "This is the first time I have seen Lang's greedy face." Yang Fan rolled his eyes at her and said, "I'm blinded by money? Money is of no use to me. I've put in so much effort. In the end, isn't it all for you?" Gu Zhuting softly said, "I don't want money. As long as I follow Lang, rich or poor, I'll be happy." Yang Fan nodded and said, "This is what you said. You said you don't want money. In the future, your son and daughter will not have a share in our family's business." Gu Zhuting was stunned and said, "How can I have a son and daughter?" Halfway through her question, she came to her senses. She could not help but blush and secretly glance at Yang Fan. She lowered her head and stammered, I thank Lang." Yang Fan asked, even though he already knew the answer, "Thank me for what?" Gu Zhuting bit her thin red lips and lightly punched his elbow as if she was swatting away a mosquito. Yang Fan laughed and lowered his head to read the letter again. He said to himself, "Alas! Her breasts and buttocks are even rounder than Xiao Man and Anu. At first glance, I can see that she is suitable for a son. In the future, who knows how many sons she will give me. How can I not think of saving money now? It's hard to be a father." Gu Zhuting blushed at his teasing, but she bit her red lips and did not refute. It was a blessing for a woman to have a son. If she could give birth to more sons for the Yang family, she would not be so weak compared to Xiao Man and Anu. She did not want to compete with Xiao Man and Anu, but she also hoped that she would have a higher position in her man's heart. Wan is coming to Chang'an? Yang Fan could not help but be happy when he saw the news. Wan was going to Chang and to prepare for the relocation of the capital as the special envoy of the emperor. Once she was far away from the emperor, they could get along with each other day and night. The letter only mentioned this matter and did not explain it in detail. The people in the succession hall did not know of the relationship between Yang Fan and Wan, so they naturally would not pay too much attention to this matter. If they had known that Yang Fan and Wan had a relationship with the Xianzong spies all over the prestigious families, the aristocratic families of Shandong would have long known that Yang Fan had become the son-in-law of the Guanlong family, and would not have been so careless with him. Ever since Yang Fan took control of the Xianzong, he had never expanded his spies into the palace. One reason was that he did not have complete control of the Xianzong at the time, and the other was that there was one in the palace who knew more about what was happening in the palace than her, so there was no need to expend so much effort to expand his spies in the palace. Thus, Yang Fan was only pleasantly surprised by the arrival of Wan. He had no idea that Wana was already pregnant and that in order to protect him and the child, she had shouldered so much pressure alone in Luoyang. When he read the last part, Yang Fan slightly creased his brow. After Wan, the emperor was also preparing to have Wu Chongshuan come to Chang. It was clear that Wu Yizong could no longer stay in Chang, but Wu Zetian had not given up on the Wu clan's plans in Chang. Now that Wu Qingxi was dead, she only had one nephew, Wu Sanxi, who could be of great use. Sending Wu Sanxi's son was the only choice. Wu Chongshuan coming to Chang, and was just an arrangement. His itinerary would be a month later than Wan Er's. Reading further, Yang Fan's brow relaxed. At the same time, the 5 sons of the Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, would also be coming. As expected, Wu Zetian had thought of a balanced strategy. It was just that the Li clan was weak at the moment, so she could only rely on numbers to win. But no matter what, Wu Zetian had been very strict with the Li clan over the years. Even if they were her own sons and grandchildren, she would still strictly guard against them. Her willingness to let them out of her sight this time was a good start. Wu Zetian was already preparing to hand over power. Yang Fan happily finished reading the letter. Gu Zhuting then brought a bowl of fish soup over to him. Yang Fan drank the fragrant fish soup, and his stomach was burning hot. The coldness of the spring rain was swept away in an instant. Gu Zhuting saw that he had a good appetite and was delighted. She took the bowl of soup and asked with a smile, "Ah Lang, do you want another bowl?" Yang Fan shook his head, seeing the beauty gazing at him with a sweet smile, with her long eyelashes, bright eyes, beautiful face like a delicate flower and luscious lips. He couldn't restrain the love in his heart. He was just at a time when his heart was filled with joy and excitement. He gently took her wrist and said in a soft voice, "Come here." Gu Zhuting's cheeks blushed, but she didn't dare to disobey Yang Fan's orders. She obediently moved in front of him. Yang Fan reached out and pulled, and Gu Zhuting softly fell into his arms. Yang Fan held her soft shoulder with one hand and explored her bulging chest with the other. Yang Fan's 5 fingers gently moved, reaching into her lapel, grasping that soft and smooth ball of soft jade that was as tight as silk and satin. His fingers lightly moved the bright red cherry on top of the jade peak. Gu Zhuting immediately shivered, hurriedly closed her eyes, like a docile and obedient kitten. It was difficult for this 13-year-old heroine who was able to sneak into the heavily guarded area to assassinate a prefecture's military governor, to be manipulated by Yang Fan's pair of big hands. Gu Zhuting felt that the back of her waist was being poked by an incomparably hard pillar. She reached out to touch it and was so scared that her face turned pale. She almost jumped up in fright. Unfortunately, she was held in Yang Fan's arms and was unable to move. With this thought, the demon-conquering treasure pestle immediately displayed its supernatural power, as if it was the giant pillar of Dubhe in front of the gate of heaven. Gu Zhuting only felt that the back of her waist was being pushed by an incomparably hard pillar. She stretched out her hand to touch it, and was so scared that her face turned pale. She almost jumped up in fright, but unfortunately, she was held in Yang Fan's arms, unable to move. Gu Zhuting didn't dare to struggle, but she was afraid that she would break Yang Fan's wound. She blushed and pushed his big hand away, saying in a sweet voice, "Ah Lang, we're on the ship," Yang Fan said, "with the sky as our house, with the boat as our couch, with the rain as our curtain, with only you and me. Isn't that just right?" Gu Zhuting's starry eyes were intoxicated by Yang Fan's bowl of romantic intoxication. Her body softly fell down, her cheeks were hot, and her breathing quickened. It was obvious that she was going to let Yang Fan do whatever he wanted. But she heard a hoarse voice shouting in the wind and rain. Erlang! Erlang! Beta Persei! Aha, Erlang, is that you over there? Yang Fan angrily stopped. He heard that voice persistently shouting. Ah, I'm here. Your most sincere friend, Abdullah Shaman bin Aziz bin Hakam, is here. Erlang, praise Allah. The scenery here is really beautiful. Gu Zhuting bit her lips. Suddenly she giggled, but she immediately held it back. Her pretty face blushed, but there was a trace of mischievous smile in her eyes. Yang Fan resentfully let go of her, got up and walked out of the cabin. It had been 4 months since he was injured. His injury was almost healed. Gu Zhuting was afraid that he would catch a cold. Although her hands and feet were weak, and she was a little guilty, she still hurriedly picked up the oil paper umbrella and chased after him. Yang Fan bent down and walked out of the cabin. The oil paper umbrella immediately opened and held above his head. Yang Fan looked up and saw a small boat sailing in the misty rain. A boatman wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat was steering the boat. A boss was standing at the bow of the boat with an umbrella, shielding Abdullah from the rain. Ah, Erlang is really here. When Abdullah saw Yang Fan, he immediately beamed with joy. When he turned to look at Gu Zhuting, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Gu Zhuting's blush had not faded. She held the umbrella with one hand and brushed her hair unnaturally with the other. The kind of gentle and beautiful amorous feeling made Abdullah very excited. He touched his chest and recited in a moaning tone, "If you are my friend, please help me leave her, because once I love, I can never recover. If you are a prophet, please help me get rid of her magic, because once I am addicted, I can never extricate myself. She is like a blue wave. I look at her and sink, 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 because I can't swim." Bang! Yang Fan's injury had not recovered, but he could still jump 2 steps. Yang Fan was already unhappy that Abdullah had disturbed his happy occasion. Now that he heard Abdullah flirting with his woman in front of him, he purposely used some force when he stepped onto the boat. The boat was lifted by Yang Fan's big foot, and Abdullah cried out and fell into the lake. Abdullah desperately pulled his arms and shouted, "I can't swim." Yang Fan squatted down and said with a smile, "You are still so poetic." Abdullah gulped down a few mouthfuls of water and howled miserably, "I really can't swim." Yang Fan leisurely said, "I told you that I am very stingy. I can't swim." Abdullah frantically waved his arms. Sink, 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 because he couldn't swim. Chapter 1002. Amidst the misty rain, a boat without an awning and a boat with a black awning, one in front and the other in the back, resembled 2 little fishes swimming freely on the rippling surface of the water as they swam towards the lakeside. The boatman of the awning boat took off his shirt, revealing his tan muscles as he wrung the water out of his clothes. Abdullah leaned against the side of the boat and muttered with his last breath, "You men from the Central Plains really can't take a joke." Yang Fan had no intention of reflecting on his actions and snorted, "You entered the village, but did not follow the customs. You deserve some punishment." Gu Zhuting was holding an umbrella for Yang Fan. She pursed her lips and smiled adorably. Ah Lang stood up for her because he cared about her. Not every woman would be so valued by her man. In today's dynasty, concubines could be used as gifts to others or to entertain guests. Although concubines with status would not receive such treatment, they would not receive the respect that their master deserved either. Abdullah was Shun Mu's general, and Yang Fan were important partners. Today, Abdullah was punished by Yang Fan just because he expressed his admiration and did not say anything unbearable. Gu Zhuting's heart was filled with sweetness. There were people waiting on the shore. A quick glance revealed that there were no less than a dozen of them. All of them were wearing straw raincoats and bamboo hats, standing ramrod straight. Among them were Abdullah's personal warriors, experts sent by Shinmu to greet Yang Fan, Renwei, and a few of Yang Fan's personal attendants. Yang Fan furrowed his brows. Why did Shinmu choose such bad weather to meet us? Abdullah climbed up from the boat and crossed his arms. His face was a little green. He was not afraid of the heat, but he was very afraid of the cold. That dip in the lake had chilled him to death. Abdullah shivered and said, "I did not deliberately choose such a day. It just so happens that it is raining today." Yang Fan smiled faintly. When the sharp bow of the boat was about to touch the wooden pier, the boatman tapped the bamboo pole lightly. The boat swung its tail like a fish and gently touched the shore on its side. Abbas, who was steering the other boat for Yang Fan, knew how to push the boat, but his skill was very average. He did not know how to swing the boat when it reached the shore, and the tip of the boat crashed straight into the shore, causing him to stagger. With Yang Fan's current condition, he could already walk, jog, and practice martial arts in the morning without any problems. Therefore, he could already ride a horse. However, Shenmue still sent him a carriage. It was a very wide carriage, pulled by 4 horses. Abdullah climbed into the carriage in a flurry and said to Yang Fan with his teeth chattering, "Please wait a moment. Let me change my clothes." After a while, a pile of wet clothes was thrown out. Then Abdullah walked out of the carriage with his chest and stomach puffed out. The drenched chicken became a dog again. Abdullah invited Yang Fan to get on the car. As soon as Yang Fan boarded the car, he felt that the car was not as light as it looked. He gently buckled the car against the wall. Listening to the sound, it was indeed made of iron plates. The wheels rumbled and the carriage was escorted out of Longqing Lane by dozens of knights. Gu Zhuting took out a silk handkerchief and gently wiped Yang Fan's rain-soaked cheeks. Listening to the sound of dripping rain, Yang Fan said to Abdullah, "If Brother Shin has something to say, why don't you come to my Hushin Island? In this kind of weather, why go to Chang'an residence?" Abdullah said, "Shenmue said that your island is too vegetarian. He is not having a good time now. This can be considered a win-win situation." Yang Fan asked Gu Zhuting curiously, "Is the food we usually eat vegetarian?" Gu Zhuting was also puzzled. Abdullah laughed bitterly, but didn't explain further. In Luoyang's Rui Lane, the oldest and largest brothel was called Rui Lu. In Chang'an's Pingkong Lane, the oldest and largest brothel was called Chang and Residence. When they arrived in front of Chang and Residence, the carriage stopped. Gu Zhuting held an umbrella and walked out gracefully. She glanced around and saw that dozens of riders had already dismounted from their horses. They seemed to be standing randomly, but in fact they had blocked any possible blind spots for a sneak attack. Gu Zhuting was still worried and observed carefully. Then she bent down and lifted the curtain. She said softly, "Ah Lang, you can come out now." The curtain was also made of metal. It could not only protect against arrows but also fire. It looked soft but was actually very heavy. Gu Zhuting did not need much effort to lift it. Yang Fan nodded and walked out. Yang Fan had never been here before. Now that he saw Chang'an residence, he could not help but exclaim in admiration. White walls, black tiles, flying eaves and arches. Compared to Luoyang's Rui Lane, this place seemed to lack a bit of cosmetics, but looked very grand. If he did not know that Chang'an's Pingkong Lane was like Luoyang's Rui Lane, a place where fireworks gathered, Yang Fan would have thought that this was a grand academy. The bricks on the entrance were exquisitely carved. There was a couplet on both sides and 3 big words in the middle. It was Chang and Residence. Rin Wei had already put down his foot. Yang Fan had no time to look at it and walked down. Abdullah came out after him, and his little attendant Abbas hurried forward to help him. This Chang and Residence was the largest brothel in this area. Its business was very prosperous, but it was daytime and it was raining. There should not be many customers. Yang Fan stood at the entrance and did not see any customers coming in or out. There was not even a waiter to welcome them. When he walked in, he still did not see anyone. Yang Fan then realized that this brothel had probably been booked by Shenmue today. In Chang'an residence, there was a cluster of fresh flowers on one side and a stretch of bamboo on the other. There was a chessboard under the willow and a stone table by the water. The courtyard was deep and the environment was elegant. Abdullah led Yong Fan through a gourd door and a flower rack. There was another long corridor with 9 bends. There were girls leisurely walking down the corridor and watching the rain. Seeing them come over, the young ladies smiled like flowers and curtsied, but they didn't swarm around them or act coquettishly. It made them feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze and felt extremely comfortable. At the end of the corridor, there was an exquisite 2-story embroidery building. Abdullah signaled to Yong Fan. Yong Fan turned to Gu Zhuting, Renwei, and the rest and instructed, "Wait downstairs." It was not appropriate for him to bring Renwei and the rest to the brothel for a banquet. It was not like they were looking for a fight or a negotiation. Gu Zhuting was his personal guard and a girl. It was not a problem for her to go upstairs, but Yong Fan had already regarded her as his woman. It was even more inappropriate to bring her up. Yong Fan was meticulous. Gu Zhuting knew what he was thinking and agreed obediently. She put away the umbrella and entered the building with Renwei and the rest. Yong Fan went up the stairs and walked along the carved railings. He saw a large hall in front of him. The hall was decorated with flowers, but it did not appear luxurious or tacky. Instead, it had a kind of appropriate magnificence. Shinmu was sitting behind a table with 2 beauties on his left and right. Their eyes were like green jade and their hair was like a pair of golden fists. Impressively, they were 2 extremely enchanting and beautiful huji. One of the 2 huji took food and the other fed wine. Shinmu's hands were busy with the 2 beauties, but he did not stop eating and drinking. Yong Fan laughed. Brother Shen is hugging 2 beauties on each side and drinking wine with the beauties. How satisfying. Shinmu laughed and let go of his hands. His eyes were slightly tipsy, but he did not lose his shrewdness. He smiled at Yong Fan and said, "You and I have worked hard. Why are we here? Now that we have succeeded, we should enjoy it. Come, come, come. Please sit." When Yong Fan heard him say succeeded, his heart was moved. He slowly sat down at the table opposite Shinmu and asked, "They are willing to give in?" Shinmu smiled, "Yes. Yesterday, Zhang Yu accompanied the Zhang family's great-grandfather to see me." As Shinmu spoke, he patted the 2 huji's plump buttocks and signaled them to leave. The 2 beautiful huji's cheeks were flushed from his touch. Obviously, they were aroused. They thought that they were about to have sex with him, but did not expect that when Yong Fan came, the seemingly affectionate but actually heartless guest immediately chased them out. When the 2 girls' big blue eyes glanced at Yong Fan, they could not help but have a trace of resentment. Yong Fan's scalp went numb from their stares. "Shinmu and I are not brothers or heroes. Why are you looking at me like that?" The 2 huji retreated and the hall was suddenly empty. Only then did Yong Fan realize that Abdullah did not follow them. He had stopped at the entrance of the building, and now there were only him and Shinmu upstairs. The curtains on the 4 walls were gently blown by the wind, bringing with it a trace of moisture from the spring rain, making people feel a bit melancholy. But Shinmu seemed to be in high spirits. He drank another mouthful of wine and said, "The succession hall is now in the hands of the 2 of us. When this happened, they had already lost the courage to break off with us. Moreover, we have given them hope. Even if they are unwilling, they know that if they choose to cooperate with us, their loss is far smaller than breaking off with us. Moreover, even though we have cheated them, we are sincere in cooperating with them. They also understand this. If this is still not enough to make them willing to give in, once the news of Second Zhang being in charge of education spreads, they will have no choice but to seriously consider it. Ha! Even though we cannot afford the loss, we are willing to throw caution to the wind. They can afford the loss, but they do not dare to use decades or hundreds of years of degradation as the price. This is called the barefooted are not afraid of those who wear boots." It is indeed good news. Yong Fan smiled happily. He poured a cup of dragon paste wine and raised it to Shinmu. even though he knew that reconciliation was the wisest choice for the aristocratic families. He could not be at ease if he did not receive accurate information. These days he had bought a house and gone sightseeing. It seemed that he no longer had any scruples. In fact, he had deliberately put on an act. Only now did his taut heartstrings finally relax. Shinmu smiled and raised his cup, clinking it with him from a distance and draining it in one gulp. He then stared at him and said, "What do you plan to do next, Erlang?" The two of them had already communicated many times. Moreover, they had done such a big thing together. There was no need to be tactful or probing. Thus, Shinmu went straight to the point. The current situation between the two of them was like two allies who had chosen to advance and retreat together in battle. As for how to divide the fruits of victory, that was already decided before the victory. There was no need for further discussion. However, the strategy to be adopted after the victory could not be discussed in advance. Because victory was victory, defeat was defeat. If they lost, they would suffer a crushing defeat. If they won, they would seize power. There was nothing to discuss. However, there were too many variables in how far the war would go, how much damage would be caused, and what the final outcome would be. There was no way to plan in advance. Yang Fan understood that Shinmu was asking him and testing him. Even though he had already made a plan for this and consulted the opinions of the Sky Observation Division, he still seriously thought about it and slowly said, "One word, steady. We can't learn from Qin Shi. The first thing we need to do next is to restore our relationship with the aristocratic families and win their trust. After all, our roots are with them. Not only do we share many common interests, but we will also be inseparable in the future. We must use sincerity to make them understand that we only want independence and not to break away from them. However, they suffered a great loss this time. It will be a long process to win their trust." Shinmu smiled. "I don't think so. The aristocratic family, lords, are all old foxes. I've always felt that people who are too old will lack the drive to move forward. But because of this, they tend to seek stability. Bravery will never happen to them. There is no eternal friendship or hatred between countries. It is the same between us and them." Yang Fan said, "That's for the best. Also, we need to stabilize and manage the internal affairs. Right now, we are using strong methods to purge the dissidents and intimidate the heroes. We have indeed achieved our goal, but this kind of succession hall is unstable. We need to manage it carefully. Moreover, the obvious and hidden sects will henceforth be one family. We need to let them adapt to the situation." Shinmu listened attentively. He slowly sipped his wine and said, "Then what does Erlang think about the situation in the court? After all, no matter if it's our succession hall or the other aristocratic families, because we are too large, the slightest movement from the imperial court will have a great impact on us. The reason why the aristocratic families established the succession hall was to deal with the changes from the imperial court, war, and turmoil. We were born for this mission, and we have this need." Yang Fan pondered for a moment and said slowly, "The Empress may be old, but her claws and teeth have not withered. Right now, the Empress has a powerful enemy that she cannot defeat approaching her step by step. Why don't we wait patiently? Rushing to challenge the Empress at this time is very foolish." Shinmu's gaze turned serious. "This enemy is—" Yang Fan said, "Time." Shinmu suddenly burst into laughter. "Erlang's opinion coincides with mine. Ha ha ha. It is really delightful to work with Erlang." Clap, clap, clap. Shinmu clapped his hands 3 times and said loudly, "Beauty Gulu, please cheer us up." At Shinmu's command, beauties dressed in Kutcha, Persia, Abbasid Caliphate, Turkic, and other exotic costumes flew, and like butterflies. Yang Fan swept his eyes over them. All of them had enchanting figures and were as beautiful as flowers. Not a single one of them was impatient to look at. Perhaps even the most expensive beauties in this Chang'an residence had been called over by Shinmu. For a moment, the sounds of string music filled the air. Who would have thought that, in such a lively atmosphere, these two people who are definitely not influential in the court would be discussing an important matter related to the fate of the country? But when Chow Amon and Big Ear Lu were discussing heroes, Yuan Shu, Yuan Shao, Lu Biao, and Sun So were all present. How could the two of them be the rulers of the world? While Yang Fan was thinking about this, Shen Mu seemed to have the same feeling. He suddenly looked at Yang Fan and smiled. Today, the heroes are only Erling and Mu'er. Yang Fan laughed. He was considering if he should play along and drop his chopsticks when he heard a shout from outside the building. Is that bastard Shen Mu fooling around here? Shen Mu's expression changed, and the wine cup in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Chapter 1003. Get out of the way. Young Lady Gongsun was dressed entirely in red. Her face and eyes were red as well. She looked like a red pepper from head to tail. She rushed up the stairs angrily. The sound of orchestral music could be heard from upstairs. That scoundrel should naturally be upstairs. The people from the hidden sect didn't dare to stop her. Their dissolute sovereign had countless love debts, and he especially liked to provoke the young ladies of influential clans. This wasn't the first time they witnessed such a scene. Furthermore, there were people among them who knew Gongsun Lanji. They didn't dare to meddle in this matter. Shen Mu! Gongsun Lanji yelled out sternly. She lifted her sword and leaped, appearing in the middle of the hall nimbly. When she saw the situation in front of her, she was startled. There were many people in the hall, but there were only 2 men. The rest were all women. There were only 2 men. One of them was Yang Fan, and the other was an Arabian. Gongsun Lanji recognized him as Abdullah. Abdullah was wearing a loose Arabian national robe. He was sitting cross-legged on the banquet, leaning against the beauties and beaming with joy. There were 7 to 8 beauties surrounding him. Yang Fan, who was sitting opposite him, was also surrounded by 7 to 8 beauties. They surrounded him and covered his face with kisses. Gongsun Lanji looked around and couldn't find any traces of Shen Mu. She couldn't help but be startled. She didn't have a harmonious relationship with Yang Fan. Furthermore, Abdullah was Shen Mu's trusted aide. Hence, she only cast a glance at Yang Fan and walked towards Abdullah with large strides. She glared at him and asked, "Where's Shen Mu?" "Ah, it's young Lady Gongsun." Abdullah was hugging a Persian beauty with blonde hair and blue eyes. His large hands were rubbing on her voluptuous bosom. He beamed with joy and said, "I didn't expect to be fortunate enough to meet young Lady Gongsun here." "Ha ha ha. You mean Shen Mu? I didn't see him today." Gongsun Lanji glared at him and looked around. She strode over and pulled the curtains open. There was naturally no one behind the curtains. Gongsun Lanji looked out of the window. There was no one outside. Shen Mu didn't know martial arts. If he was here, he wouldn't have been able to escape in time. Furthermore, this empty hall couldn't hide anyone. Gongsun Lanji's anger gradually subsided. For the past few days, she had been trying to force Shen Mu to marry her. However, Shen Mu had rejected her at first and then disappeared in the end. This made Miss Gongsun so angry that she almost died. As a female martial arts fanatic, Gongsun Lanji had a lot of prestige among the Chang and Rangers. She issued an order to arrest her fugitive husband. The Chang and Rangers all joined in to help him gather information. Today, Yang Fan went to Pinkong Lane in the rain. Because it was raining, there weren't many pedestrians. Someone discovered his whereabouts and told Gongsun Lanji. Gongsun Lanji knew that Yang Fan and Shen Mu were a pair of scoundrels. However, she also knew that Yang Fan had always been clean and self-respecting and rarely appeared in romantic places. She immediately suspected that it was Shen Mu who invited him. Thus, she hurried over. Who knew that it was Abdullah here? Gongsun Lanji saw that Shen Mu was really not here. Her jealousy disappeared and her anger gradually subsided. She wanted to turn around and leave. Yang Fan held a beauty in his arms and said lazily, "Miss Gongsun, listen to my kind advice. A woman should act like a woman. If you weren't so fierce, Shinmu wouldn't have run away from you." Gongsun Lanji glared at him and said angrily, "It's none of your business." She glared at Yang Fan. She saw that Yang Fan's face was full of lipstick marks and that he was holding a woman with disheveled hair and untidy clothes. The woman's face was buried in his arms. She looked really ugly. She blushed and said hatefully, "I didn't expect you to pretend to be honest all the time. Without junior sister to control you, you are so promiscuous. When Xiaoman arrives in Chang, and I will tell her." Yang Fan patted the plump buttocks of the beauty in his arms and proudly said, "My virtuous wife is gentle and virtuous. Even if she knew I went to the brothel, she wouldn't act like you." Gongsun Lanji was extremely angry, but she knew that Yang Fan wasn't bragging. Her junior sister was completely subdued by Yang Fan. It was impossible for her to go against this stinky man. She could only spit at him and said angrily, "There is no good man." Gongsun Lanji didn't even say a word of apology after disrupting the drinking party. She took her sword and left. The sound of the stairs went far away. Based on Gongsun Lanji's lightness skill, she shouldn't have done this. It was obvious that she did it intentionally out of anger. As soon as the footsteps disappeared, the beauty in Yang Fan's arms immediately sat up straight. She parted her long hair and said with lingering fear, "This wild girl, I was almost scared to death by her." Yang Fan shook his head disapprovingly and said, "Miss Gongsun is good in other aspects, but her temper is really unbearable. Brother, shouldn't have provoked her." Shinmu took off the woman's gown draped over his body and shook his head, sighing, "What's the use of saying all this now?" Yang Fan looked at him and said, "Why? Don't tell me you've already." Shinmu replied, "I haven't." Yang Fan was curious. "Since you didn't harm her body, why can't you end it?" Shinmu leisurely let out a long sigh and said, "She is deeply in love. How can I bear it? I waved my sword and cut off the thread of love." Yang Fan unhappily said, "What a pitiful person. There must be something hateful about her. I'm leaving. I can't be bothered to see your irritating face." Shinmu said, "It was not easy for me to escape today. Why are you leaving just like that?" Yang Fan said, "If you want to seek pleasure, don't you still have Abdullah to accompany you? Since Miss Gongsun has already left, are you still afraid that she will come back?" After giving the order, Gu Zhuting immediately went upstairs to fetch Yang Fan. Actually, Yang Fan's injuries are more or less healed, and there is no need for her to take such care of him. But how can Gu Zhuting be at ease? Gu Zhuting saw that Yang Fan's face is full of lipstick marks and quickly took out a handkerchief and wet it with water from the basin at the corner of the wall. She carefully wiped it off for him before helping him up by his arm. Shenmu saw Miss Gu's gentle and virtuous appearance and thought about himself. Yang Xiurao, Li Qiqi, and Gongsun Lanji. None of them are easy to deal with. He could not help but exclaim in envy, "Look at Erling, he taught his women so well. Why is it that none of my women are as gentle and obedient as him?" Abdullah said with a smile, "There is a saying in my place. Female slaves can be bought and sold freely, but free women are the shackles around men's necks. I have told you this before, but you did not listen and insisted on provoking these women that you should not provoke. Now you know what is troubling you." Shinmu hurriedly asked with a thirst for knowledge, "Then does the saying in your place say that once a man is shackled, how can he undo it?" Yang Fan boarded the carriage. After the carriage started moving, he explained to Gu Zhuting in a soft voice, "Shinmu is a playboy by nature. These few days, he was chased by Miss Gongsun to the point of hiding. Today he finally managed to escape, and, unexpectedly, Miss Gongsun caught wind of the news and chased after him. The kiss marks on my face were deliberately created by putting on an act to help him cover it up." Gu Zhuting twisted the corner of her clothes and lowered her head. "Lang Jun need not explain to me. I will not interfere in Long Jun's matters." Yang Fan gently held her soft hand and happily said, "Today, after seeing Miss Gongsuin's arrogance, I finally know how good my Tinger is." Gu Zhuting seemed to be angry and happy as she rolled her eyes at him and faintly said, "Could it be that Lang does not think that I am good usually?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "You are good usually, but compared to Miss Gongsun, my Ting is even more adorable." As Yang Fan said this, he lied down on the bed and used Gu Zhuting's round and firm thighs as a pillow. Today he only drank a few cups of wine and was not drunk, but with a pair of warm jades behind his head and her faint body fragrance in his nose, he unexpectedly felt a little tired and could not help but yawn. Gu Zhuting said with distress, "Lang's body is not fully recovered yet. Young master, Shin, dragged Lang out for your own pleasure. Lang, please rest." Yang Fan grunted and leaned into her arms again. This was the second time that Yang Fan used Gu Zhuting's thighs as a pillow. Gu Zhuting's feeling was different from the last time. That time she was inexplicably surprised. Now that her heart belonged to someone, she felt a kind of quiet and satisfied happiness. The carriage was rumbling. Yang Fan really fell asleep in the drizzle. Gu Zhuting gently woke him up when they reached the island in the middle of the lake. "Lang, we are back on the island." "Yes. It's easy to fall asleep listening to the rain." "What a good sleep." Yang Fan leisurely stretched his waist. Just as he stretched out his arms, he suddenly stopped. From the angle he was lying, he could hardly see Gu Zhuting's pretty face. What leaped out in front of him was a pair of jade peaks that stood proudly and trembled. Yang Fan involuntarily wrapped his arms around her slender waist, raised his body, buried his cheek in her soft breasts, and took a deep breath. "Oh, Lang." Gu Zhuting was at a loss because of Yang Fan's sneak attack. When Yang Fan rubbed her chest, she suddenly felt a kind of numbness, as if she had been electrified. Gu Zhuting said shyly, Lang, we have arrived on the island." "Yes," Yang Fan responded, but he did not stop harassing her. Instead, he became more aggressive. Gu Zhuting clearly felt that her body was getting hotter, her breasts were getting firmer, and her breasts were getting harder. Gu Zhuting was ashamed and scared. Why was Lang becoming more and more unscrupulous? Yang Fan was a mature and strong man. It had been a long time since he had been intimate with a woman. Moreover, during this period of time, he was not busy with official business. Instead, he spent every day cultivating on the island in the center of the lake. At the same time, he was constantly nourishing himself with all kinds of heavenly treasures. In the spring, the fire was strong. With such a lively and fragrant beauty by his side, of course he would be easily aroused. Moreover, this was his territory. He did not care about what others thought. Gu Zhuting had always been demanding from him, so she indulged him. However, Gu Zhuting could not suppress her embarrassment. The Tang Empire was an open society, but she had grown up in an aristocratic family with strict rules. Deep down, she was an extremely traditional woman. She could not accept this, but she did not have the courage to oppose Yang Fan. Because she was too traditional, once her heart belonged to someone, obedience to her man was deeply rooted in her bones and became a kind of instinct. Lang, she could only beg in a low voice. Yang Fan let go of her. Although his desire was like a tide at this time, he still cared about Gu Zhuting's feelings. He could hear the embarrassment in Gu Zhuting's voice. He whispered in Gu Zhuting's ear, "Then go back first. But when we get back, don't look for excuses. Today you can't escape." Gu Zhuting's body went limp as he bit her ear, and his hot breath blew on her face. Now, she just wanted him to get off the carriage so that no one would find anything strange. So she just nodded with a red face. At this time, she heard someone laughing loudly outside the carriage. "Haha, Erling is back. I have been waiting for you for a long time." Yang Fan's eyes stared blankly. "I have so many brothers? Why didn't I know?" Chapter 1004. As soon as the curtain was lifted, Yang Fan saw De Guyu's high-spirited, smiling face under the dripping eaves. The ones who benefited the most from the turmoil of Chang, and were, of course, Wu Zetian and the obvious and hidden sects who plotted behind the scenes and used Wu Zetian's hands to achieve a great victory. But other than them, there were many others who benefited from it, and the Duga family was undoubtedly one of them. Of course, the benefits they obtained were not directly reflected in political power. Shen Mu and Yang Fan had consciously prevented them from getting too involved in the struggle for power, which would only complicate the situation in the future. But the economic benefits and the rise of the large families would inevitably have a negative effect on politics. The power and influence they possessed had greatly increased compared to before. This was an objective fact. Yang Fan and Shen Mu had no choice but to let it develop. Yang Fan and Shen Mu, who were born in the commoner family, instinctively did not want to see the large families monopolize power and influence the politics of the court. Logically, they also understood that being born in the commoner family did not necessarily mean that the officials would be honest. The children of the commoner family were not necessarily more talented than the children of the large families. Thinking that only based on class had always been foolish. And in the past and present, even if the millennium-old families were gone, the political families would still exist. They might not have existed for 1,000 years, but they still had influence over several generations. As long as the structure of the family, kinship, and society did not change, as long as humans still had emotions, such things could never be avoided. Yang Fan and Shen Mu were not arrogant enough to think that they could sway it. This was simply the most basic emotion that originated from humans. If you had the power and resources that others did not have, would you invest them in your own children? Would you wholeheartedly cultivate them, support them, and hope that they could go higher than you? Shen Mu and Yang Fan were both smart people. Knowing that they could not go against the natural order, they would not act against it. Instead, they would adapt to it. Moreover, they still needed the support of the Guanlong families, especially since the emperor was about to move the capital. Guanzhong was the foundation of the Guanlong families. After 7 or 8 generations of operation, their power was deeply entrenched. Even the imperial power could not uproot them. An appropriate division of benefits was the only choice. Dugu Yu was very happy. Originally, the Guanlong families were in dire straits. Because the Dugu family had chosen to cooperate with the more powerful Shandong aristocratic families, they retained more strength than the other Guanlong families. However, the Shandong aristocratic families had existed for 1,000 years and had formed their own system. He had always been excluded. After choosing to cooperate with Yang Fan, he finally got what he wanted. Now, the Shandong aristocratic families, considering that the emperor was about to move west, had almost lost all their power and officialdom and would not be able to recover without decades of effort. So, they began to lower their stance and frequently contact the native Guanlong families, strengthening their cooperation. This made Dugu Yu feel even more proud. When Yang Fan saw it was Dugu Yu, a smile appeared on his face. His feet were already in place, and the fine rain was already like silk. Yang Fan did not wait for Gu Zhuting to hold an umbrella for him before quickly walking down. Pulling on Dugu Yu's arm, he said cheerfully, "Brother Dugu, you've come. Why are you waiting under the eaves? My courtyard is full of rough people who do not know how to treat guests. Brother Dugu, please do not blame me." Gu Zhuting was worried that the bright red on her face would be seen by others. She was also worried that her hair and clothes would look disheveled, so she hid in the car and carefully tidied herself up. As a result, she fell behind Yang Fan. It was only when Yang Fan pulled on Dugu Yu's arm and walked shoulder to shoulder to the living room that she slowly emerged from the car. Rin Wei and the others seemed to be very busy. They either had focused expressions on their faces or hurried footsteps. Although Gu Zhuting didn't know what they were busy with, no one looked at her. Gu Zhuting couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. This time, Dugu Yu had come to see Yang Fan on behalf of the Guanlong family. He wanted to clarify some intentions and finalize some details with Yang Fan. At the same time, he also wanted to know how to react to the olive branch extended by the Shandong aristocratic families and to understand the opinion of this powerful ally, Yongfan. Right now, Chang was in troubled times. Everyone was very sensitive, and the slightest movement would attract attention. Therefore, the Guanlong family could not make a big deal out of contact with Yongfan. Because Dugayu had long been in contact with Yongfan, and even Lu Chechen knew about this, it was perfectly justifiable for him to visit Dugayu. That was why the Guanlong family had given him this task. Yongfan had just returned from Shenmu's place. His views on the current situation and future plans had already been approved by Shenmu, so he was confident in his reply to Dugayu. Many of the Guanlong families had been anxious to understand the bottom line and attitude of Dugayu, and now they all received a clear answer from Yongfan. The Guanlong family was still waiting for news from Dugayu. The Shandong aristocratic family's influence in Guanzhong had been wantonly purged and were at their weakest. The Guanlong family was very anxious to occupy the empty space they had vacated. Now that they had confirmed the news, Dugayu was anxious to go back and discuss with the Guanlong families, so he immediately bade farewell to Yongfan. "Brother Dugu, please wait." Yongfan called out to Dugayu. After a moment's thought, he said, "This little brother still wants to trouble elder brother with one thing." Dugayu sat back down and happily said, "There is no trouble between us. Erlang, feel free to speak your mind." Yongfan said, "The emperor has already announced to the world that the capital will be moved this year to Chang. This little brother, as an imperial guard, must inspect and clean up the entire palace before the emperor arrives in Chang, and arrange the garrison's defenses. Therefore, I cannot leave, and my family will have to move here from Luoyang." Dugayu suddenly understood and said, "There are only women and children in the Erlang residence. It is indeed not easy to move. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. When the time comes, I will personally go to Luoyang and escort your family here." Yongfan smiled slightly and shook his head. Although Xiaoman and An Nu are women, they have skills that are not inferior to men. Moreover, with my current abilities, there is no need for me to trouble elder brother with just moving. What I want to talk about is another matter. Of course, this is also my family. Duguyu's eyes turned and thought, "Does Erlang have a mistress?" He replied cautiously, "Just tell me. As long as I can help, I will not refuse." Yongfan gently lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, "Ningke, I want brother Dugu to bring Ningke back from Luoyang." Duguyu let out an "ah," and a sorrowful expression appeared on his face. Although his sister had passed away a long time ago, he had the deepest relationship with his sister. Suddenly hearing Yongfan mention her, it inevitably brought back his sadness. Yongfan said in a low voice, "I have bought land by the Longqing pool and am building a new house. I want to bring her back." Duguyu was silent. Yongfan said, "Things are unpredictable. Although Ning Ku is extremely smart, he could not predict the emperor's move of the capital. Now that I am in Chang, and how can I leave her alone in Luoyang?" Duguyu hesitated and said, "Erlang, you and Ning have no status. I am afraid." Yongfan shook his head and said, "Status? Ning Ku is unmarried. After his death, his coffin should be transported back to Chang and buried in the Dugu family's ancestral house. But she didn't. Why?" These are Ning Ku's last words. "I can't disobey. You should know very well why she wants to stay in Luoyang, brother-in-law." Duguyu's body shook and his eyes turned red. After a long silence, he nodded hard and said, "Okay, I will handle this matter." Yongfan stood up and bowed to him. Duguyu bowed back and left with heavy steps. Yongfan did not mention marrying Ningku and giving her status. Those ceremonies were for the living to see. It was enough for him to remember this woman in his heart for the rest of his life. There was no need to show it to others. Moreover, if he really wanted to marry Duganing publicly, it would cause a lot of trouble. There must be some people in the Dugu family who were not willing to marry their eldest daughter to a married woman. Even if it was a ghost marriage, they would take the opportunity to challenge Dugu Yu's authority again. And Yang Fan did not want to embarrass Xiao Man. Even if Xiao Man was broad-minded and affectionate to him, she would not have any objection in this matter. Moreover, once this matter was made public, it would inevitably arouse the suspicion of the emperor and the vigilance of the Shandong scholars. Therefore, it was better to do it quietly and do his best to show his affection. By the time Yang Fan returned to the inner residence, the sky had already cleared up. The clouds had stopped and the rain had stopped. On the bright green branches and leaves, there were still drops of water falling along with the gentle breeze. The bright flowers were stained with the sparkling and translucent water droplets, tender and beautiful. The sun shone on the earth, and it was warm. Gu Zhuting ordered the kitchen to stew a turtle and snake soup for Yang Fan. She had just returned to the inner house when she saw Yang Fan slowly walking towards her. These 2 days, Yang Fan was like a cock in heat. He harassed Gu Zhuting so much that she wanted to see him, but was also afraid to see him. Whenever she saw him, she would subconsciously want to avoid him. But there was only one woman in the inner house. She was originally responsible for taking care of Yang Fan. Where could she hide? Gu Zhuting could only brace herself and go forward. It was not that Lu Chechen was reluctant to send maids to serve Yang Fan. It was because after Yang Fan was assassinated, the Ministry of Justice, the Censorate, and Yang Fan's own subordinates were extremely sensitive. Although Yang Fan accepted his kindness and moved to the island to recuperate, everyone on the island was Yang Fan's subordinates. No one else was allowed to go on the island. After sending Dugu Yu away, Yang Fan was still depressed and had not calmed down. He only nodded at Gu Zhuting and slowly walked into the room. Gu Zhuting saw that he was not in a good mood and was startled. She thought that Dugu Yu had bad news to tell Yang Fan and quickly followed him in. Yang Fan took off his boots and lazily lay on the bed. He used a cushion as a pillow and looked at the ceiling in a daze. Gu Zhuting sat on the side of the bed and softly asked, "Is Ah Lang not feeling well?" Yang Fan shook his head. He grabbed one of her soft hands and gently rubbed it against his cheek. After a long time, he said in a low voice, "It's nothing. I just want to rest." Gu Zhuting agreed in a low voice and pulled a thin quilt over to cover him gently. Seeing that his face was still gloomy, Gu Zhuting became even more worried. She bit her thin lips, and her pretty face blushed before she spoke. She mustered up her courage and said, "Ah Lang, if you are tired, you can return to the inner room to rest. I will wait on Ah Lang to sleep." Yang Fan looked at her in surprise, and a trace of a strange smile slowly appeared in his eyes. Gu Zhuting was embarrassed by his stare. She blushed and lowered her head. She said, "The inner room should be quieter." This was a little too obvious. Yang Fan mischievously asked, "Although it is quiet, are you not afraid that Ah Lang's injury has not healed?" This was also one of the reasons why Gu Zhuting shyly declined. It was just that at this time she was offering herself as a pillow. It was inevitable that she was flustered and did not notice Yang Fan's teasing. Thus, she lowered her head and shyly replied, I heard that when you serve a man, you don't need to tire yourself out." The smile in Yang Fan's eyes deepened. "Oh, you know?" Gu Zhuting blushed and said, "How would I know? This is what I heard when I was dealing with people in Jianghu." But she quickly glanced at Yang Fan and said, "But Ah Lang must know. Ah Lang can teach me." She gathered her courage and said this. Her pretty face was tender and beautiful, even more beautiful than the sunset glow on the horizon. Yang Fan could not help laughing quietly. He gently pulled Gu Zhuting into his embrace like a little kitten. Yang Fan gently kissed her smooth cheek and softly said, "What a lovely person. I'm very lucky. I'm lucky that I didn't miss you again." At this time, Yang Fan did not have the impulse. He only wanted to hold her soft body. However, Gu Zhufen misunderstood and thought that Yang Fan wanted to have her here. She was as nervous as a bow. Yang Fan sensed her nervousness and deliberately teased her. "Don't worry. It is almost evening. There will not be any big brother or third brother coming to make trouble." This made Gu Zhuding's misunderstanding even deeper. She blushed and closed her eyes, making a mosquito-like sound in agreement. She then heard Gu Da's excited voice ring out from the courtyard. Sister, sister, our house's blueprint is out. Quickly come and take a look." Yang Fan was stunned and muttered to himself, "How could I forget that I still have a bunch of brothers-in-law and brothers-in-law?" Chapter 1005. As Yang Fan went to Shen Mu's banquet in Pingkong Square in the rain, Yang Fan began to get busy. Chen Dong and Sun Yuxuan from the Ministry of Justice, Hu Yuanli, Shi Yu, Wen Ao from the Censorate, and even the Chong and bureaucrats led by Lu Biantian kept coming to visit him. Many things needed the approval of Yang Fan, who held the title of Loyal General of 1,000 horsemen and investigating and punishing officials, to deal with the aftermath of the purge. Zhang Chongzong would also drop by every now and then. His intentions were pure and without any ulterior motives. He only wanted to express his concern and closeness to Yang Fan. These were only the interactions on the surface. Secretly, Yang Fan and Shen Mu had contacted each other a few times. Shen Mu even arranged for old Grandpa Zheng to meet with Yang Fan on behalf of the aristocratic families. These aristocratic families were millennium-old aristocratic families that had even experienced the change of dynasties. Although they were quite annoyed when they fell into the hands of the two juniors, Yang Fan and Shen Mu, they immediately adjusted their mentality once they realized that the truth could not be changed. Moreover, the succession hall had already seized their Achilles heel. They calmly negotiated with Yang Fan and Shen Mu. This meeting was very amiable. When old Grandpa Zheng saw them, he did not mention their betrayal at all. These aristocratic family heads would not do meaningless things. Old Grandpa Zheng was more concerned about what they needed, what they wanted to do in the future, and how they planned to cooperate with the aristocratic families. Yang Fan and Shen Mu were very open and honest with old Grandpa Zheng. They even told him about how the obvious and hidden sects would get along with each other in the future. Although the obvious and hidden sects had joined hands to trick the aristocratic families, the two sects also had their own interests. If they continued to fight, both sides would definitely suffer. However, if they settled things just like that, then they would not have fundamentally resolved the conflict of interests between the two sects, and there would definitely be waves in the future. This was something that Yang Fan and Shen Mu couldn't avoid. Even if they were brothers born from the same mother, it was impossible for them to give up even if they wanted to. There were many people under them, and these people weren't just blockheads who only knew how to follow orders. They also had their own desires. As a leader, putting aside the fact that Yang Fan didn't have the ability to control the desires of his subordinates, even Shen Mu, who single-handedly established the hidden sect, didn't have the ability to make his subordinates stop. Since there was no way to avoid it, he could only solve it. The result of Shen Mu and Yang Fan's discussion was that the two sects would be responsible for a clear division of responsibilities. One would be responsible for the imperial court, the other for Jianghu. Every time there was a major change in the imperial government, the change of regime, or even a change of dynasty, the forces that were placed in the light would mostly be exposed or implicated by the faction that had lost power. As such, they would retire and hide in the pugilistic world. The hidden sect would then replace them and become one with the new political forces or infiltrate them to support a new batch of officials. Once the benefits were clearly divided, it wouldn't be easy for there to be friction between the two factions. The faction in the imperial court would need to provide protection and convenience to the faction that was in opposition in the dark, while the faction that was in opposition would need to clear away the troubles and obstacles for the faction in the imperial court. As such, both parties would have the same interests and would share weal and woe. As such, their relationship would naturally be inseparable. On the other hand, if there was a major change in the political situation, the faction in the imperial court would lose power, or the old regime would be overthrown. In order to ensure their authority and benefits, The faction that was in trouble would be willing to retire behind the scenes and wholeheartedly support the faction that was originally in opposition to ascend the throne. In fact, the aristocratic families had played this trick before. The aristocratic families that had been passed down for thousands of years naturally had their own philosophy of survival. One of the most important principles was, never put all your eggs in one basket. Even if an aristocratic family felt that the situation was already very clear and that they could clearly declare to stand on one side, they would still collude with the other side. Or perhaps there would be one or two scum of the family who would still maintain contact with the other side. This was so that when the situation went out of control, the clan would have a way out. Now, the succession hall's approach was exactly the same as their philosophy of survival, except that it was more secretive and more organized. After all, a clan surname was their most obvious brand. Many times, it wasn't that the politicians didn't know that the aristocratic families were leaving a way out for themselves, and it wasn't that they didn't know that the aristocratic families were still maintaining contact with one side. However, their political wisdom made it so that they could only pretend to be deaf and mute. However, the structure of the succession hall allowed them to perfectly conceal this point. As for the succession hall's cooperation with the aristocratic families, it basically maintained its original relationship. However, the 7 sects and 5 families could no longer interfere with the internal affairs of the succession hall as they used to, nor could they casually depose the succession hall's sect master. Shinmu and Yang Fan's reforms meant that the succession hall's value to the aristocratic families hadn't disappeared, and had even strengthened. Moreover, if something happened to the succession hall, it wouldn't be easy to expose the power of the aristocratic families behind it. Thus, although the aristocratic families were still dissatisfied with the succession hall's independence, they calmly accepted this fact. In addition, the Guanlong aristocratic family's liaison, Dugiyu, also came very frequently. They assisted Yang Fan and Shinmu in carrying out a bloody purge. According to the list provided by the obvious and hidden sects, they eliminated the unstable elements within them. Afterwards, the most important matter was to seize the Shandong aristocratic family's interests in the Guangzhou region. Once the distribution of interests was involved, it would be troublesome. Moreover, many of these matters were related to officialdom. These matters couldn't be separated from Yang Fan's mediation, balance, and distribution. At this time, the transport ship had already set sail from Yangzhou, beginning a long voyage of 9 months. This voyage wasn't entirely on the water. They had to stop at the docks along the way to load up provisions, rush to some areas where the river level was too low for the ship to travel, and stop to wait for the flood season. When they passed by some places where floods had broken out, they had to stop and wait for the water to recede. All of this required strict management and deployment, and needed to sort out the various local relationships. Although these matters mainly depended on the stewards who traveled with the ship, the stewards who remained on Ba were also very busy. Gu Zhuting still retained her identity as the branch leader of the Water Fist of the Shun School. Regardless of whether it was internally or externally, she had many things to do. 2 months ago, because of Yang Fan's serious injury, Gu Zhuting almost abandoned everything on Ba. It was only now that she had the time to rush back to deal with it. When the obvious and hidden sects divided the imperial court and Jianghu forces, she would definitely have to hand over her position as the branch leader of the Water Fist. But right now, she couldn't leave her side. Moreover, the transport this time was a little later than in previous years, so she couldn't afford any unforeseen events. In this way, the entire island in the middle of the lake was left with a group of men. Although Yang Fan's body was gradually recovering, he was still nourishing himself with heavenly plants and earthly treasures every day. He was nourished until his face was faintly flushed, his glabella shone, and his eyes flickered with green light. But he had no interest in being a hero on the dry road, nor was he willing to wander around the brothel. Every morning, Yang Fan was woken up by his swollen body. Sometimes he really wanted to try and see if he would poke a hole in the bed if he used too much force. But considering that this room was lent to him by Lu Xiantian, he could only resentfully give up on this idea. Yang Fan had some medical knowledge and knew that he had actually overnourished himself. As long as he stopped eating the 3 nourishing medicinal meals a day, he should be able to recover. So Yang Fan went to find the chef to reason with him. But the chef, Master Zhu, sternly refused him. Actually, with Yang Fan's identity and status, there was no one on this island who would disobey his orders. But this order also depended on the type of order. For example, someone sternly criticized his immediate superior. "Leader, I want to give you a piece of advice. For the sake of work, you don't pay attention to your rest." Master Zhu felt that only by refusing him could he show his concern for Yang Fan. So Master Zhu swung his spoon and vehemently refused Yang Fan's unreasonable request. Because his voice was too loud, it also attracted Ma Qiao and Rinwei. They had good intentions, and Yang Fan couldn't say that he was like a male dog in heat right now. So he could only slip away unhappily as if he had failed to get what he wanted. Yang Fan had too much energy and nowhere to vent it, so he could only find more things to do. But the result of this was that everyone agreed that General Zhongwu was too diligent in his work and overworked himself, so he needed more nourishing food. Thus, Yang Fan's 3 meals a day, including drinking water, were all inseparable from nourishing food. At noon on this day, Yang Fan had just drunk a bowl of nourishing soup when he immediately had a nosebleed. Reflecting on this painful experience, Island Master Yang decided to use practical actions to prove that his body had already recovered and that he no longer needed nourishing food. Thus, he brought Ren Wei and the others to the lawn. First, he practiced a fist technique, and when he felt that there was no discomfort in his chest, he brandished his saber. Island Master Yang was itching to have Ren Wei come up and experience the 18 drops of stained clothing that he hadn't practiced in a long time, when a woman suddenly appeared on the island. The woman was very beautiful. She wore a long dress, and her sleeves were wide. Her waist was like silk, and her steps were slender. She looked truly amorous and indescribably beautiful. In truth, given Island Master Yang's current state, he would even feel coquettish if he saw Sao. The beauty was still far away, so Yang Fan sheathed his saber and stared at her. The woman walked slowly and finally came close. Her brows were like the crescent moon, and the tip of her nose was like a jade awl. She was very pretty, and she had some blood in her. She wore a garb embroidered with stone and bamboo, and a fresh flower was inserted into her jet-black hair bun. She was beautiful, but she wasn't his sister, Zhu Ting. Yang Fan was greatly disappointed. What was the use of looking but not eating? This servant pays respect to General Zhongwu. The beauty in front of him smiled sweetly and curtsied. Her jade-green garb revealed a pinkish pair of breasts that contrasted with her snow-white skin and an alluring cleavage in the middle. It was very pleasing to the eye. Yang Fan's gaze seemed to be affected by gravity, and he continuously drooped down. He forced himself to fix his gaze on the beautiful smile of the lady, who was both happy and angry at the same time. He cleared his throat and asked, "Who are you, miss?" When the lady heard this, she faintly said, "Now that second brother has become a great general, you don't recognize me." When she said this, Ren Wei and the others looked at Yang Fan with a strange expression. Yang Fan wasn't a fool that would get himself into trouble. He immediately put on a stern expression and said, "This Yang and Miss really don't know each other. Why do you say that?" The lady wasn't afraid of him. She made a face at him and giggled. "This servant is Shu Xiaosa. Does second brother dare to say that you really don't know me?" Shu Xiaosa? Yang Fan frowned and thought carefully. Suddenly he cried out involuntarily, "Ah, it's you, aren't you?" Shu Xiaosa hurriedly gave him a look, and Yang Fan immediately shut his mouth. Yang Fan remembered that the reason he could remember her was because of her special name. Shu Xiaosa was an imperial maid in Wu Zetian's palace. When Wu Zetian was still the Empress Dowager, she was on duty in the Empress Dowager's palace. At that time, Yang Fan was the great horseman in the palace, standing guard every day with a halberd in his hand. That was why he knew Shu Xiaosa. One winter it was snowing heavily. An imperial maid named Zhou Yuanbao teased Yang Fan when he was still a bald monk. It was Shu Xiaosa who helped Yang Fan out, who knew that Shu Xiaosa would also tease Yang Fan, and was seen by Xie Xiaoman, who was still prejudiced against Yang Fan at that time. This deepened her misunderstanding of Yang Fan. Since then, Yang Fan didn't have much to do with this Miss Shu Xiaosa. Later, when the imperial concubines and princesses went out to see the lanterns during the Shangyuan festival, some of the imperial maids would secretly escape. Wu Zetian felt that it was better to let them out. Every year, she would choose a batch of imperial maids to be released. Yang Fan thought that she had already been released to her hometown. Yang Fan saw the look in her eyes and knew that there was more to it. He immediately said to Ren Wei and the rest, "Disperse. I have something to say to this lady." Ren Wei and the rest dispersed, and the moment they left, Yang Fan said, "Miss Xiao Miao, a girl really changes 18 times between womanhood and womanhood. If you didn't mention it, this Yang really wouldn't have been able to recognize you." That sentence resolved the awkwardness, and Yang Fan immediately continued, "Is Miss still working in the palace?" Shu Xiaosa nodded and said faintly, "How can the people around the saint be sent out of the palace so easily?" General Yang. Shu Xiaoseo's beautiful eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. Yang Fan understood and immediately said, "Don't worry. Everyone on this island can be trusted." Shu Xiaosa nodded and reached into her robes to take out something. She said in a low voice, "This is a secret letter. Please open it personally, General." This thing was not kept in her robes, but kept close to her body. It was enough to show its importance. Moreover, she was someone by Wu Zetian's side. Yang Fan couldn't help but become cautious, forgetting to appreciate the graceful curves of her breasts when she reached into her robes. When she took out the letter, he quickly received it with both hands. Yang Fan hurriedly opened the secret letter, and his expression changed immediately. Shu Xiaosa clearly knew the inside story. Seeing Yang Fan's expression, she said, "It's all in the past. Dai Ji has followed the saint for many years. His relationship with the saint is even deeper than that of the princes and princesses. Since the saint has already forgiven Dai Ji, there won't be any more trouble. However, you must ensure that no rumors are spread." When Yang Fan heard this, he knew that this Shu Xiaosa even knew about his relationship with Shanghai Wan-er. If that was the case, she must be Wan-er's confidant. He didn't hide it anymore and only asked in a low voice, "Has Wan-er arrived in Chang'an?" Shu Xiaosa said, "Dai Ji will arrive soon." When he was near Chang, and Dai Ji purposely delayed his journey and ordered me to personally deliver the secret letter to General first. "I understand. It's been hard on you this time. Do you want me to send someone to send you back?" Shu Xiaosa smiled sweetly and said, "I dare not trouble General. My people are waiting outside the island. Xiao Miao doesn't dare to stay long. Since the letter has been delivered, I will take my leave now." Yang Fan solemnly bowed to her and said, "Thank you, miss." Looking at Shu Xiaoseo's receding figure, Yang Fan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that after that one night in Sanyang Palace, Wan-er would actually bear a baby. He also didn't expect that Wan-er would miss the child so much that she dared to risk her life to keep the child. Moreover, she didn't tell him about these things until the dust had settled. Although these were all things in the past, Yang Fan still shuddered at the thought of it. At this time, he still didn't know that Wu Zetian had injured Wan-er in a rage. Yang Fan secretly rejoiced for a while. Suddenly, he remembered that Wan-er would arrive in Chang, and soon Zhang Changzong would be responsible for settling her down. Where would she live then? In such a big city like Chang, and there would be plenty of places to settle Shanghai Wan-er. Yang Fan wanted to take care of her personally. Wan-er had done so much for him. Now that she didn't even have a title, he didn't want Wan-er to suffer anymore. When Buchi was giving birth, she was kidnapped by young Master Jiang. When Anu was giving birth, he wasn't by her side. This time, no matter what, he had to fulfill his responsibility as a man and a father. Chapter 1006. Zhang Changzong had been living in the 1,000 horsemen camp, which was filled with the elite soldiers of the imperial army. At the same time, Zhang Changzong's 2,000 steel cavalry were also stationed there. Of course, it was impregnable in terms of security. However, one could easily imagine how unsettled the camp was. Actually, after the purge, Zhang Changzong didn't need to continue living here. As the host, Lu Xiantian should at least show some appreciation. For example, he could invite Zhang Changzong to stay on the island in the center of Longqingpool to show some hospitality. However, Lu Xiantian didn't do anything. Carefully thinking about Lu Xiantian's inhumane actions, it was actually very thought-provoking. Back when Lu Xiantian invited Yang Fan to stay in his private villa on the island, it was also because it was a critical moment of the purge. Lu Xiantian was in a hurry to express goodwill to Yang Fan and improve his relationship with the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done this kind gesture. There was only one reason. The situation was unclear. Lu Xiantian was on the Empress Dowager's side. Before the Empress Dowager became the emperor of the Zhou dynasty, he had stayed in Chang'an. Now, the Empress Dowager had been the emperor for 10 years. Time and space had widened the distance between him and the Empress. Strictly speaking, he was no longer the Empress's absolute confidant. Lu Xiantian colluded with the local forces in Chang, and then secretly built his own power because of this sense of crisis. He was very cunning, like an agile snow fox. He would be able to smell the slightest disturbance in the court, and he would be able to smell the scent of unease. He was far away in Chang, but he knew everything that was happening in Luoyang like the back of his hand. He knew very well how many officials who had been deeply trusted by the Empress had now become lackeys to be cooked. Thus, he had always been very glad that he could stay in Chang'an. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't fall in the treacherous political turmoil. Now, Chang'an was suddenly about to become the political center of the country. The political signal of the emperor moving the capital was, "Return power to Li." How could the cunning Lu Xiantian not plan for his own future? The empress was too old. She, who had one foot in the grave, had lost the confidence to make people follow her wholeheartedly. Every step Lu Biantian took required careful consideration. He needed to consider the changes in the political situation of the court in the next few years. The emperor would definitely come from either the Li family or the Wu family. The Li family had at least a 60% chance of becoming the emperor, while the Wu family had at least a 40% chance. It was impossible for anyone else to covet the throne. This was Lu Qiantian's judgment. Brother Zhang had already offended both the Wu and Li families, so Lu Qiantian didn't want to get close to him. A new emperor brought his own courtiers. Even the slightest mistake now could be used by others to make a big deal out of it in the future. The astute Lu Biantian had set a guideline for himself in this unpredictable environment. Only seek to avoid mistakes, not achievements. Therefore, other than the welcoming banquet he held on behalf of the Chang and government when Zhang Changzong first arrived in Chang, and he did not express anything else after that. Seeing many people flatter Zhang Changzong, the emperor's most favored official, and offer expensive gifts in order to gain more power after the emperor moved west, Lu Qiantian stood in the deep courtyard of the Chang and local government and only responded with a disdainful sneer. He was not moved at all. Lu Qiantian's attitude was actually alienating the second Zhang. If Zhang Yiji was here, perhaps he would be able to sense something, but Zhang Changzong could not. He had unparalleled beauty, and he was talented in the 4 arts, but he had no political wisdom. Faced with the stream of flatterers, Zhang Changzong had completely ignored Lu Qiantian. He thought that Lu Qiantian lived in seclusion and was careful with his words because so many things had happened in Guangzhou, and Lu Qiantian could not escape the blame. Therefore, he was anxious and did not realize what Lu Qiantian's actions, as the top political figure in Guangzhou, meant. Fortunately, There were people who constantly went to the 1,000 Horsemen camp to give gifts and banquets. Otherwise, Zhang Changzong would not have been able to stay in the 1,000 Horsemen camp. Su Liang, Ma Qiao, Huang Shuchang, and the others were respectful to Zhang Changzong, but these rough people had no common topics with him. The people who constantly came to visit were mostly civil officials and scholars, so Zhang Changzong was not so annoyed. Near noon, Zhang Changzong had just sent off a guest and returned to his room to carefully play with a pair of jade horses that the guest had given him. Suddenly, someone came to report that Yang Fan had arrived. Zhang Changzong hurriedly ordered people to put away the treasures and personally went out to welcome him. Yang Fan was the commander of the 1,000 Horsemen camp and naturally did not need to wait for others to announce his return. Hearing that he had returned, Su Liang, Huang Shuchang, Lu Maofeng, and the others all hurried to greet him. They crowded around Yang Fan and laughed as they walked in. Zhang Changzong came out to welcome him. Seeing Yang Fan, he smiled and said, "Erling is back. Forgive me for not welcoming you earlier." Yang Fan joked, "Speaking of which, I'm the host here, and Lu Lang is my honored guest. Today, I'm the one who's being rude, and the host has to be the guest." Zhang Changzong laughed and quickly took Yang Fan's arm into the room and sat down with him. Yang Fan said, "Now that I have recovered, I specially came back to the camp to take a look. At the same time, I intend to invite Lu Lang to stay at the island in the middle of the lake. The security there is not inferior to here, but the scenery is 100 times better. Lu Lang, don't you feel bored living in the camp all day with these uncouth people?" Zhang Changzong was greatly moved. Before he could answer, a close attendant suddenly came in and whispered a few words in his ear. Then he handed him a secret letter. Zhang Changzong opened it, and a strange look appeared on his face. Today, Yang Fan came just in time. He had asked people to pay attention to the journey of Shanghai, Wan or his troops, knowing that they had already arrived in Chang, and he rushed to see Zhang Changzong first. Seeing Zhang Changzong's expression, he knew that Wan had sent someone to deliver a letter. Yang Fan pretended not to know and deliberately asked, "What's the matter, Lu Lang? Do you need my help?" Yang Fan's action was a bit presumptuous, but Yang Fan had to say it. Otherwise, if Zhang Changzong really bypassed him and arranged for one or to go to a secluded place, it would be difficult for him to visit her. Although he could sneak there, it was not a long-term solution. Zhang Changzong raised his head and said to Su Liang and others with a serious face, "Everyone, please leave for a moment. I have something important to discuss with General Yang." Seeing that he looked serious and even used a more formal address to address Yang Fan, everyone knew that the two really had something important to discuss. Everyone hurriedly left the table and retreated. In a moment, the hall was empty and even the messenger left. Yang Fan said with a smile, "Lu Lang, why are you so serious?" Zhang Changzong lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Someone from the capital has arrived. Shangguan Wei has arrived." "Oh." Yang Fan smiled disapprovingly and said, "His Majesty has already announced to the world that the capital will be moved to Chang in this year. He also said that he will first send Shangguan Wei here to prepare for the move with Lu Lang. I also know of this matter. There is nothing strange about Shangguan Wei's arrival. Lu Lang just needs to go and greet him properly." Zhang Changzong chuckled and shook his head, saying, "If it was just Shangguan Wei, why would I act like this? Do you know why Shangguan Wei came?" Yang Fan was moved and said, "Could it be that Shangguan Wei has another mission and there will be another storm in Guangzhou?" Zhang Changzong could not hide his excitement. He pushed the secret letter in his hand and said, "Lu Lang, please take a look." Yang Fan deliberately refused and said, "How can I read His Majesty's secret edict?" Zhang Changzong said, "This is not a secret edict. Besides, you are not an outsider." These words had the intention of roping him in. Yang Fan pretended not to hear the meaning behind the words and reached out to take Zhang Changzong's secret letter. He opened it and showed a shocked expression. Zhang Changzong chuckled and said, Changzong always thought that if there was only one person left in the palace who kept her chastity, it would be this Shangguan Wei. Who would have thought that Shangguan Wei would also be so dissolute in the imperial examinations? Now he has caused a human life. Haha! Zhang Changzong had always admired Shanghai Wan'er's talent. Adding on that during the development of the two powers, Wan'er had always restrained and given in to them. So the two had a good personal relationship. Now that he had suddenly heard of such a romantic affair, Zhang Changzong only expressed an instinctive interest as a man, but did not say anything too excessive. Yang Fan held the letter and felt slightly sad. He knew how much Shanghai treasured her reputation. But he also knew that if he did not ruin his own reputation, it would be difficult to dispel the female emperor's wariness and murderous intent. Wan'er had made the most correct move. This was to protect their child. What moved Yang Fan was that before this, Wan'er had not revealed anything to him. In this world, the hardest thing to guess was the human heart. In the eyes of the emperor, killing one person and keeping one person alive were common things. When the emperor was unhappy, a few words of criticism could cause her to kill her own grandson and granddaughter. Although Wan'er was by the emperor's side and could grasp the emperor's mood at any time and choose the best time to reveal the truth, she did not have the confidence that she would be safe. If the emperor really wanted to kill her, then it would be one corpse and 2 lives. The reason she did not let him know before she was out of danger was to protect him to the greatest extent possible. Although Yang Fan had learned of the news yesterday, thinking of Wan'er's good intentions today, his heart was still moved. Wan'er, I have owed you too much. I fear I will not be able to repay this love in this lifetime. Zhang Changzong saw that Yang Fan was staring at the secret letter in a daze and knew that he was stunned by the news. He was a popular person in front of the emperor, and his status could not be lower than Shangguandi's. There was no harm in teasing her a little. With Yang Fan's status, he naturally did not dare to say too much, so he cleared his throat. Yang Fan came to his senses and quickly put down the secret letter. He complained, such a secret. 6th Lang should not have let me and Wen know. Zhang Changzong said with a smile, I have never regarded Erlang as an outsider. What harm is there for a brother to know? I still want you to help me come up with some ideas on how to properly arrange the Shangguan system. As Zhang Changzong spoke, he could not help but feel a bit proud of himself. He did not ask Yang Fan to leave because this was someone else's territory. It was fine for him to ask someone else to leave. But if he asked this loyal general to leave, it would be too unreasonable. After reading the contents of the secret letter, he suddenly had an idea. He felt that letting Yang Fan and Wen know the secret was a good opportunity to improve their relationship. A common secret was the easiest way to improve the relationship between two people. Second Zhang used the emperor's favor and painstakingly managed to win over a group of henchmen in the court. But he did not make much progress in the army. So far, his greatest achievement was to place Lu Maofeng in the 1,000 Horseman Battalion. He and Zhang Yizhi had always wanted to pull Yang Fan, the commander in charge of the Central Armed Forces, to their side. Today's action of not acting like an outsider was naturally to express goodwill and rope him in. When Yang Fan appeared here today, he had also fully considered Zhang Changzong's possible reaction. He had also prepared at least 2 sets of contingency measures. But it was clear that the first move was effective in dealing with Zhang Changzong, a political incompetent. While Zhang Changzong was feeling proud of himself, this matter had become Yang Fan's lead. Yang Fan said regretfully, I didn't look at the almanac when I went out today. I've come to the wrong place. Zhang Changzong laughed proudly and pointed at him. Look at how scared you are. Don't worry. The sage meant that as long as you don't make a fuss, it's fine. You are also the emperor's confidant. What is there to be afraid of? Yang Fan smiled bitterly. In short, this is muddy water. Zhang Changzong laughed. All right. Don't complain. Where do you think we should arrange for her? Yang Fan asked in return, What do you plan to do, 6th Lang? Zhang Changzong held his chin and thought for a while. How about letting Shangguan Dai live in Ganya Temple? It's very secluded there. I can take care of her nearby. Yang Fan thought for a while and frowned. That's not appropriate. Zhang Changzong asked, What's wrong? Yang Fan said, Ganya Temple is a royal temple. It specially takes in the concubines who haven't given birth when the late emperor passed away. Moreover, the temple is located in the Forbidden Garden and has little contact with the outside world. Sixth Lang must have thought of this place for this reason? Zhang Changzong nodded. Exactly, Yang Fan said. But because the Bikinis, they're all concubines of the late emperor and have seen a lot of things, I'm afraid they will notice something. Moreover, the sage made this arrangement. Obviously, Shangguan Dai is of great use. Shangguan Dai is here with the sages ordered to prepare for the relocation of the capital. Won't people be suspicious if she lives in Ganya Temple? Zhang Changzong also felt that his idea was not very mature after hearing Yang Fan's words. He said, Then in Erlang's opinion, what should we do? Yang Fan said, First, this place must be remote and quiet. It's difficult for ordinary people to come in contact with it. Only then can the secret not be leaked to the greatest extent. Second, this place must be elegant and in line with Shangguan Dai's identity. It must let people know that she came to Chang and with the sage's order and not to be placed under house arrest or banished. Third, before Yang Fan could finish, Zhang Changzong's eyes lit up. He blurted out, The island in the middle of the lake. Yang Fan was startled. The island in the middle of the lake? Zhang Changzong said excitedly, That's right. The island in the middle of the lake meets this requirement. Yang Fan was stunned for a while. He nodded and said, That's right. The island in the middle of the lake is indeed a suitable place. How about this? My body has recovered, and I don't need to stay on the island to recuperate. I'll move out of Longqing Square and return to the 1,000 Horsemen camp today. Lu Lang and Shangguan Dai can live in Longqing Pool. Zhang Changzong was not willing to live alone with Shangguan Wanner. Everything he had came from the emperor. Now that he knew Shangguan Wanner's private affairs were not clean, he would certainly think of avoiding suspicion. He didn't go to the island in the middle of the lake earlier or later. When Shangguan Wanner came, he moved to the island in the middle of the lake. Moreover, he also chased Yang Fan away, a man and a woman alone together. If any indecent rumors were to spread, it would be troublesome. Although Wanner was already a pregnant woman, and the emperor wouldn't take it seriously, he was not willing to do anything that would make the emperor slightly unhappy. Therefore, Zhang Changzong immediately rejected Yang Fan's proposal. He said resolutely, No, Erlang will still live on the island. With you here, you can help me cover up. Erlang is full of wisdom. With you here, in case something happens, I will have someone to discuss it with. Yang Fan repeatedly refused. No, no, no. It's better to avoid trouble. Lu Lang, please let me go. Zhang Changzong said with a smile, Erlang already knows about this. Yang Fan said, But Shangguan Dai doesn't know that I already know about this. Zhang Changzong said, Shangguan Dai doesn't know, but I know. Yang Fan stared at him and said gloomily, You're really careless in making friends. Zhang Changzong laughed and cupped his hands. Thank you, Erlang. I'll remember this favor. Chapter 1007. Shanghai Wan arrived in Chang'an. When Zhang Changzong picked up Shanghai Wan and sent her to the island in the middle of the lake in Longqing Square, the news spread in Chang. As soon as the news spread, the officials in Chang were greatly relieved. The arrival of Shanghai Wan meant that the emperor's cleansing of Chang had come to an end. Next, the focus should be on a series of matters related to moving the capital. Shanghai Wan was a female official of the inner court because she was in charge of the Institute of History and the Hanlin Academy. She would have dealings with the officials and scholars in the capital. In Chang, and She did not need to contact the local officials, and the local officials would not visit a female official of the palace. The internal and external systems were separate, and there was a clear distinction between them. Moreover, in terms of rank, Shanghai Wanner was only a 6th-rank official. In Chang, and even a county magistrate was a 5th-rank official. A group of officials were all of a higher rank than Shanghai Wanner. It was too embarrassing to fight to visit an official of a lower rank than oneself, especially a female official of the palace. Wu Zetian had also considered this. So she sent Shanghai Wanner to Chang. She was a female official of the palace, and in Chang, and she was in charge of matters related to the palace. She would not have any dealings with other officials, so it was easy to hide the secret of her pregnancy. Yang Fan had already made some arrangements on the island. The guards were sent to the periphery as much as possible to create a relaxed and peaceful atmosphere inside. As for the guards that Lu Qiantian sent, they were all driven away by Yang Fan's people. The reason was that the 2 imperial envoys, Zhang Changzong and Shanghai Wan, were living on the island, and the island's defense was under Yang Fan's sole responsibility. Lu Qiantian was eager to have less contact with them before the political situation became clear, so he immediately withdrew his people. In this way, the island in the middle of the lake became Yang Fan's world. Wanner moved into the villa of the founding marquis, while Zhang Changzong moved into the Lu villa with Yang Fan, occupying a courtyard of his own. After Zhang Changzong settled down Shanghai Wanner, he quickly left. Xue Huai was so favored in the past, but once he did something that made the Empress unhappy, he would also end up in a puff of smoke. Zhang Changzong naturally took this as a warning. Yang Fan knew that Wanner had just arrived at the island in the middle of the lake, and the attendants were busy arranging their own accommodations. At this time it was not quiet to come and go, so he waited patiently. With great difficulty he waited until evening. He estimated that the other side had quietened down, and then he flew over the 2-feet-high wall, and without anyone noticing, snuck into Shangguan Wanner's residence. The defense on the island was tight on the outside but loose on the inside. After all, it was not a time of war. There were only 2 villas on the island, and the people who lived there were 3 ministers, 1 civil, 1 military, and 1 internal court. There was not a single person who should not be here, so there was no need for the layers of defense. The 2 villas did not even have halberd guards. However, Yang Fan had already learned from Wanner's letter that there were a few Plum Blossom Palace guards accompanying them. These women were all highly skilled, so Yang Fan did not dare to be careless. After he snuck into Wanner's residence, he was still very careful, as if he was walking on thin ice. After Shanghai Wanner saw Zhang Changzong off, she first ordered someone to boil water for a bath, washing away the dust from the journey. She changed into a loose and comfortable robe, and then lay down lazily on the couch. Her belly was becoming more and more cumbersome, and after sitting for a long time, she felt her back ache. It was more comfortable to lie on her side like this. Shu Xiaomiao carried a bowl of fresh goat's milk and quietly called out, "Sister." Wanner had been in the carriage the entire way, and now, lying down, felt like she was standing on a boat. Hearing Shu Xiaomiao's voice, she tiredly opened her eyes and looked. Lazily, she said, "Leave it there for now." Shu Xiaomiao made a sound of agreement and placed the goat's milk on the low table. Wanner said, "You are tired, go rest." As she spoke, she turned over. She had a big belly, and it was not convenient to turn over. After turning over, Wanner let out a long breath. She was very tired, but she could not sleep. She knew that Yang Fan would definitely come to see her. Suddenly, someone behind her sat down on the side of the couch. A hand gently rested on her waist. Wanner thought it was Shu Xiaomiao who had not left, and lazily said, "Why are you not going to rest?" But she immediately felt that something was wrong. She quickly turned her head and saw Yang Fan sitting on the side of the couch, looking at her with a deep gaze. The 2 of them looked at each other for a long time. Yang Fan's eyes slowly became moist, and Wanner's eyes were already misty. 2 clear tears gradually condensed. Lang Jun, Warner called out, and threw herself into Yang Fan's arms, tears streaming down her face. Slow down your body right now. Yang Fan was startled by her agility. He was afraid to touch her body, so he was a little flustered. It was not until Warner threw herself into his arms and hot tears wet his shoulder that Yang Fan's frozen arms slowly came down, and he gently hugged her. Warner lay in Yang Fan's arms. Yang Fan used his chin to gently rub the wet, soft hair on her head, which gave off the fragrance of honey locust. He softly said, "I'm sorry to trouble you." After a long time, Yang Fan gently lifted Warner's body and gently wiped away the tears on her cheeks. Seeing the plum blossom-shaped flower between her eyebrows, Yang Fan couldn't help but tease. "In the past, you didn't like to dress up. You always looked plain. Why are you paying attention to your appearance now that you are pregnant?" When Yang Fan said this, his expression suddenly changed. The flower between Warner's eyebrows was bright red, and it added a bit of charm to Warner, who was always beautiful. At first glance, Yang Fan also had a feeling of amazement, but sitting so close, he naturally found something strange. He immediately reached out to touch it. "Lang Jun!" Warner quickly grabbed his hand, but Yang Fan's fingers had already touched the flower between her eyebrows. The feeling from his fingertips told him that it was not an illusion. Her eyebrows were injured, and that was why Warner had painstakingly painted the flower to cover up the wound. Yang Fan's expression immediately darkened. He asked, "How did you get injured between your eyebrows?" The arrow wound on Yang Fan's chest was shocking. Although it had already healed, if someone saw the dark arrow scar the size of a copper coin and thought about where it was, they would be secretly afraid. Speaking of which, Warner's flesh wound was nothing, but all women cared about their appearance. Yang Fan especially cared about his woman. He knew that with Warner's environment, it was impossible for her to have any flesh wound, unless something happened. Warner knew she could not hide this from Yang Fan, and she did not want to hide it. After all, it was all in the past. Wan nestled in Yang Fan's arms and told him everything that had happened. Although this matter had long since passed, Yang Fan still felt shaken to the core when he heard it. If the Empress' killing intent had been slightly stronger at that time, Yang Fan was secretly shocked and broke into a cold sweat. He couldn't help but hold Warner's hand tightly. He complained that was too risky. "Warner, when you first found out you were pregnant, you should have aborted it." "I didn't want to." Warner's voice was soft but very firm. "You know, every time I see Xiao Man's children and hear them call for their parents, I feel sad. Even in my dreams, I want a child of my own. When I suddenly found out I was pregnant, I was not afraid. I was only full of joy. At that time, I decided that since God gave it to me, then I must give birth to it. You shouldn't have hidden it from me." "But if I told you, would you have any good ideas?" Warner said softly, "If I told you about this, you would not be able to do anything. I am someone from the palace. You cannot make me disappear for no reason. If you forcefully interfere, the result will be worse. Once you know, you will not be able to stay out of it. So I did not tell you." Yang Fan was full of regret and said, "It is my fault. That day in the palace of Threon, I was 2. I made you suffer so much." Warner gently threw herself into his arms and smiled sweetly. "At the time, I was also afraid. But when I was really pregnant, I was only full of joy. I did not suffer. Giving birth is a mother's life and death trial. Which woman would not want to go through this trial? What's a little flesh wound like this?" Yang Fan held her tightly. After a long time, he slowly said, "I am a bit regretful. If I did not want to do something at the beginning, but wholeheartedly planned to take you away, maybe I could have thought of a way. Then you would not have to take such a great risk to give birth to our child." Yang Fan's fingers once again touched the flower between Warner's eyebrows, which were as red as blood. He said in a low voice, "A painting that dyed the world with blood cannot rival the cinnabar between your eyebrows. Even if you control the world, it is just a flourish. Waner said softly, "You can give up power, glory, wealth, and glory, but can you give up your responsibility? Can you let your children live in seclusion with you in the mountains? Can you let them live in seclusion as mountain people? You have subordinates who follow you, friends who trust you, elders who value you. We are born human. Every one of us has something we must do." Yang Fan was speechless. He could only quietly hold her tight. Waner smiled and said, "Besides, if you and I really left at that time, how could you recognize Xiao Man? Everything is arranged by God. Fortunately, it is over. Don't think too much. Let me lie down. It is a bit uncomfortable to sit like this." Hearing this, Yang Fan quickly let go of her and pulled over a pillow for her to lie down. Waner gently touched her belly and happily said, "In another 3 months, you can see our baby son." Yang Fan deliberately let the atmosphere lighten up. He touched Waner's belly and smiled. "How can it be a son? What is wrong with a daughter? When she is born, she will be as gentle and beautiful as you." Waner glanced at him and said, "Hypocrite, who doesn't want a son? I want to have a son." Yang Fan said, "It is good to have a daughter. I will prepare a dowry for her, and I will have fulfilled my responsibility as a father. If I have a son, as the father, I will have to work hard to earn the family business for him." Waner giggled and rolled her eyes at him. She said, "My son does not depend on you. Since I was put in an important position by the saints, the property, shops, and thousands of hectares of farmland that my family did not use as officials have all been returned. Now, my mother is in charge of it. Won't these all belong to my son in the future?" Yang Fan was surprised. Thousands of hectares of farmland? 1 hectare was 50 hectares. 1,000 hectares, that was no less than 50,000 hectares. Waner leisurely said, "To be precise, it is 1,680 hectares. Our family has always been the biggest landlord in Qi province." As she said this, she sighed regretfully and said, "When we were in trouble, a lot of it was divided up by others. Those were the aristocratic families that had contributed to the country. We can't get it back. Otherwise, not counting the donated farmland, our family would have at least 3,000 hectares of land." Yang Fan had been hurriedly estimating how many hectares was 1,860 hectares. He had just estimated it to be around 80,000 hectares, and then he heard 3,000 hectares. He really was tongue-tied. This Xian Zong sect leader had only been in power for a short period of time. In reality, he hadn't even calculated how much property he controlled. Hearing that it was in units of 10,000 hectares, he couldn't help but be shocked. In reality, in the early Tang dynasty, just the rewards the court gave to meritorious officials were hundreds or thousands of hectares. For example, Pei Ji had once received thousands of hectares of land from Gaozong. The Shangguan family was a family of officials, and they were the powerful ministers of Gaozong dynasty. It was not strange that they had such land. When the Shangguan family was at its peak, if they added on the land of the farmers that had submitted to them, the Shangguan family probably had tens of thousands of hectares of land. If it wasn't so, how could those prestigious families influence the local government and influence the court? Hearing this, Yang Fan suddenly thought of a problem. If Waner really gave birth to a son, then all of Waner's dowry would be left for her son. Xiao Man's son and a new son. Could his shops compare to 80,000 hectares of farmland? As a father, the pressure was as great as a mountain. Waner didn't know that by casually showing off her property, she had put such great pressure on her man. She hugged Yang Fan's arm and said coquettishly, "As soon as Zhang Changzong left, I was waiting for you to come. Why did you only come now? Is Zhang Changzong bothering you?" Yang Fan came back to his senses and replied, "He did not spend too much time at my place, but you have quite a number of people here. I saw in your letter that you even mentioned that there were internal guards accompanying you, so you were very careful. I had arrived a long time ago and had been hiding in the dark. I only dared to show myself after Xiao Miao left." Juana smiled and sighed. It's hard on my good husband. A great general has to be a little thief that climbs over walls and burglaries. Yang Fan glared at her. Juana giggled and said, Don't worry, the internal guards accompanying you are only Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing. You don't have to worry about those two. You just have to be careful not to encounter the other guards. As for the inner chambers, there are a total of 8 palace maids, with Xu Xiaomiao as their leader. You don't have to avoid them. Yang Fan was surprised. You mean? Juana gently raised her round and cute chin and smiled sweetly. I've been waiting for an imperial edict since I was 14. It's been 20 years now. If I still can't make a few confidants, won't I let you look down on me? Yang Fan thought to himself, this isn't just a matter of making a few confidants. Although the emperor relies on you and wants to protect you this time, the people he sent must be chosen by the emperor. In the end, the people he chose are almost all confidants that Juana can entrust her life to. Just how much power does she have in the palace? Yang Fan had always felt that among his women, there was no need to mention Princess Taiping. She was the woman who was the coolest to Empress Wu Zetian. She was talented and wise. As for Xiaoman, not only was she skilled in martial arts, she was also good at managing money. Anu was a know-it-all. She was good at music, chess, calligraphy and painting, poetry, singing, dancing with knives and swords, cooking, and even the art of war. He really didn't know what she didn't know. Gu Zhuting was a Jianghu heroine. Once she entered Jianghu, she was a dragon among men. Only Juana, although she had the reputation of being able to weigh the world, Yang Fan had never been interested in poetry. Although she helped the emperor deal with government affairs, that kind of great ability to rule the world was too far from the life of a mortal. Yang Fan had never felt anything. In his impression, Juana had always been a graceful woman with a temperament like water and a personality like a chrysanthemum. But today he realized that to be able to sit in such a high position for 20 years, how could she be easy to deal with? Among the few beauties around him, the only one with great ability was probably Juana. She controlled people well and handled matters well. How could she be the delicate and pitiful little girl in his heart? Yang Fan was sincerely convinced and said, In the past, I really looked down on you. From now on, I can only worship you. Juana winked at him and said in a sweet voice, I have always let you bully me without complaint or regret. How could I have the ability to make you worship me? There is a Taoist saying that all living things reinforce and subdue each other. One thing must subdue another. I am the woman that you have subdued. Chapter 1008. It was a sunny day in Mainchang, and it was a good day for an outing. A group of people escorted several carriages and quietly left Long Qingqi's island. They first turned to the house that Yang Fan had set up on the left side of the lake. Yang Fan had paid enough wages and hired enough workers, so the house was built quickly. A courtyard was on flat ground, with connected houses, rockeries, ponds, and pavilions. Everything was beginning to take shape. Judging from the scale, it must be a big house as big as a noble's. The Yang family was not short of money. As long as it was not over the limit, it could be as luxurious as possible. Yang Fan did not disturb the craftsmen who were in the middle of their work. The carriages stopped to the side. Juana had already been instructed by Yang Fan to know which courtyard was prepared for her. So, after the carriages stopped and the bamboo curtain rolled up, her bright eyes turned and found the place. Juana had never seen an elegant and beautiful courtyard, but this house meant a lot to her. It would be her home. Although she wasn't free right now, and it would be difficult for her to spend a long time with her beloved, she was still filled with boundless joy as she looked at the elegant courtyard that was gradually taking shape. The carriages quickly left the construction site and continued south. The curtain was put down. Juana leaned on the soft cushion and stroked her bulging belly. She imagined that she and Yang Fan would sit in the flower bushes and bamboo pavilions, and the cute child would run and jump on their knees. She was a little dazed for a moment. Juana had been in Chang, and for more than a month. During this period, she had only met with a few eunuchs who stayed in the Chang, an imperial palace, and asked about the renovation of the palace. In fact, it was not her, but Xu Xiaomiao who showed up. Xu Xiaomiao said that he had measles and wore a hat when he met with the eunuchs. Only those who were very familiar with could tell it was real. Nowadays, the imperial city and the palace were all under construction. The palaces in the palace needed to be repaired, the courtyards cleaned, and even the silt in the ponds cleaned. Chang and was flattening the streets and cleaning up the city. Even the moat outside the city was being cleaned, so there were laborers and craftsmen everywhere. It had not rained in the past few days, so it was inevitable that dust was flying everywhere. Therefore, they did not roll up the curtain until the carriages and horses had left Chang. The place they were heading to was Fanchuan, which was once the territory of the famous Han Dynasty General Fan Kuai. Fanchuan, Zhujiang, and Bashang were all located in the southern suburbs of Chang'an. The scenery there was extremely beautiful. Today's outing was Zhang Changzong's idea. After staying on the island for a month, Zhang Changzong started to feel bored. Although the island's scenery was beautiful, looking at it every day made him feel bored. In addition, he had already given all the gifts he needed, and there were not many visitors. Zhang Changzong decided to invite Yang Fan to travel with him. Was about to give birth in a little more than a month. These days, Yang Fan accompanied her every day. They were very affectionate. At this time, how could he be in the mood to accompany Zhang Changzong? Zhang Changzong invited him again and again. When Wan'er heard about it, she became interested and wanted to come with him. Although Wan'er had a big belly, she was also a restless person. She could not do anything in the palace before, but now she had the opportunity to wander in the mountains and enjoy the wild, especially with Yang Fan accompanying her. Naturally, she wanted to go. Seeing that she was very interested, Yang Fan decided to go to Fanchuan. The carriage rumbled, and suddenly, a dozen riders caught up from behind. The riders were dressed in bright clothes and riding fast horses. At first glance, one could tell that they were from a rich family. Yang Fan and his group were originally traveling in a light carriage. The bodyguards had all changed into casual clothes, and at Yang Fan's request, they deliberately kept a low profile. Their appearance was even weaker than that group of people. The group of rich servants who came later were accompanying a young master. This young master was Du Wentian from the Du family of Jingzhou. The Du family was a Guanlong aristocratic family. Since the Wei and Jin dynasties, they had always been famous. Because the mansions of the Du family of Jingzhou and the Wei family of Jingzhou were both in Fanchuan. South of the city, there was a saying in Chang, and Wei Du in the south of the city go to Tianqi Wu. Today, the Guanlong aristocratic family had completely declined, but a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. As one of the top aristocratic families in Guanlong, the Du family was still an extremely powerful family in Chang. Because of the Shanghai Yang Fan's carriages could not travel too fast. Therefore, when they heard the urgent sound of hooves behind them, Yang Fan's people consciously moved to the side of the road, wanting to let those people pass first. Du Wentian did indeed intend to pass the people in front of him, but when he got close, he couldn't help but slow down. With just one glance, he noticed the several women surrounding Wan'er's carriage. On the left and right were Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing. Behind them, on horses or donkeys, were a few palace maids dressed in green. All of them had delicate features and graceful figures. As a man, the first thing he noticed was the women in this group, especially the beautiful women. Even older men were the same, not to mention that this young Master Du was originally a young man, and he was most fond of women. When they heard the sound of hooves, Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing gently pulled on the reins and turned their heads to look. Both of them were dressed in tight clothes, with graceful figures and beautiful faces. Du Wentian was stunned when he saw them. His gaze swept over Lan Yiqing's face, and he only felt that this young girl was delicate and adorable, both happy and angry at the same time. Then he looked at Gao Ying, who was valiant and heroic, but also had an indescribable beauty. Even though he was used to seeing beautiful women, he couldn't help but secretly praise her. When he saw the clothes of these two beauties and their position, he knew that they were the attendants of the woman in the carriage. If the attendants and maids were already so beautiful, then what about the master of the carriage? If the master was ugly, he definitely wouldn't have chosen a group of beautiful maids to serve by his side. Du Wentian's curiosity was piqued by the maids who knew the master. He whipped the horse faster and caught up to the carriage. When he looked into the carriage, he saw that the curtain was actually lifted, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. When women from rich families went out, they would definitely wear a curtain to cover their faces. But inside the carriage, they didn't have to be so particular. At this time, the curtain of the carriage was rolled up, and Wan was also looking out curiously. Du Wentian saw what she looked like with one glance. With one glance, Du Wentian's heart shook. The beauty in the carriage looked to be about 20 years old. Her skin was as white as snow, and she had almond-shaped eyes and eyebrows. Her red lips were slightly parted, and her pearly white teeth were sparkling. Her delicate and alluring appearance was just like a ripe honey peach, and she had an astonishing charm. Du Wentian had seen many people, but he had never had such a breathtaking feeling. Even though Wan was pregnant, only her belly was slightly bigger. Her facial features were slightly fuller than before, and there wasn't much change. It was because of this that she was able to hide from Wu Zetian for so long. At this time, she was sitting in the carriage. Du Wentian couldn't see her figure, but he could see her face from the small window. Wan who was originally beautiful, had become much more charming ever since she got pregnant, especially after she put on a plum blossom makeup to hide the scar between her eyebrows. She had an even more astonishing charm. Du Wentian looked at her age and charm, and guessed that she was not a girl who was about to be married. Du Wentian relied on his family background and good looks to ruin the reputation of many good girls. Now that he saw the woman in the carriage was married, his interest didn't diminish. Such a beauty was originally hard to come by, and he was not willing to let it go so easily. He immediately slowed down the speed of the horse and stopped behind Yang Fan and the others. Xingjiao Temple was in front of them, and they could already see the magnificent temple complex. After Master Xuanzong passed away, he was first buried in Bailu Plain, Baoshang. Later, he was buried here during the reign of Emperor Gaozong, and he built a spiritual pagoda and temple for this. Thus, Xingjiao Temple's position in the Buddhist world of Chang and was established. Wan originally believed in Buddhism, and now that she was pregnant, she wanted to go to the Buddha to pray for her child. As soon as they saw Xingjiao Temple, Wan wanted to worship the Buddha, so she poked her head out and gave an order to Lan Yiqing, who was beside her. Lan Yiqing drove the horse forward and reported Wan's order to Yang Fan and Zhang Changzong. Zhang Changzong didn't agree, and Yang Fan didn't have any objections. He just wanted to accompany his woman, so he gave the order and the group slowed down. Du Wentian followed them all the way, and when he saw that they were going to Xingjiao Temple, he quickly dismounted in front of Xingjiao Temple and pretended to go to the temple to worship the Buddha. He quietly called over a trusted servant and gave a few orders. That trusted servant often helped Du Wentian with his affairs. He immediately led the horse to the tree, and while tying the reins, he casually talked to one of Yang Fan's guards. "Is your master also going to Xingjiao Temple to pray? How should I address your master?" The guard answered, "My master's surname is Yang." The servant sent by Du Wentian was secretly shocked and thought, could it be someone from the Yang family of Hongnam? This time, I'm afraid young master won't have any ideas about their women. The Hongnam Yang family's legacy was even longer than the Du family's, starting from the Western Han Dynasty's Prime Minister Yang Changxing. Then his great-great-grandson Yang Zhen became a military officer and was known as the Confucius of Guanxi. Yang Zhen, son Yang Bing, grandson Yang Xiai, and great-grandson Sun Biao were the 4 generations, 3 dukes. The Yang family's name was known throughout Guangzhou. The descendants of Yang Zhen's son, Yang Feng, were also high-ranking officials. From the 3 Yangs of Western Jin to the Yang brothers of Northern Wei, they were all famous. The royal family of the Sui dynasty, the Duke of Yu Yang Su and his son, Xiangan, all the way to the loyal Yang family. This kind of old aristocratic family had a very strong foundation. Although Du Wentian was lustful, if the other party was from the Yang family of Hongnong, he would have to restrain his lust. This person was unscrupulous in front of those he could subdue, but he never provoked those with a strong background. Therefore, although he had a bad reputation, the elders of the Du family knew nothing about him. The noble servant's mind was racing, but his face showed a happy smile. He said, "Is your master a descendant of the Yang family of Hongnong?" "Haha, then he is not an outsider. My family and the Yang family of Hongnong are friends." "Which branch of the Yang family does your master belong to?" Yang Fan's bodyguard tied up the horse and lightly replied, "My master has nothing to do with the Yang family of Hongnong." He then turned and left, not wanting to talk to him any longer. Got off the carriage and walked into Xingjiao Temple with the help of Xu Xiaomiao. Du Wentian also pretended to go to the temple to offer incense and caught up. When he saw that the unforgettable beauty was pregnant, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. But in the blink of an eye, he saw Xu Xiaomiao, who was supporting Xu Xiaomiao was a mixed blood. She was very beautiful and had a unique charm. When Du Wentian saw her, he couldn't help but covet her. At this time, the servant had already rushed in front of him. Du Wentian asked in a low voice, "Who are they?" The servant answered, "They said their surname is Yang." Du Wentian frowned and said, "The Yang family of Hongnong?" The servant smiled and said, "No, I have already asked clearly. They have nothing to do with the Yang family of Hongnong." Du Wentian thought about it carefully. This group of people had a master, a servant, and a pregnant woman, so they must be from Chang'an. But in his impression, except for the Yang family of Hongnong, there did not seem to be any powerful family in Chang, and with the surname Yang. His desire for lust rose again. His lustful eyes glanced at the graceful figure of Xu Xiaomiao, and then looked at the strong and graceful figures of Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing. He thought to himself, "Let's have a taste of these little beauties first. As for the beautiful woman, it won't be too late to seduce her in the future." Thinking of this, he smiled and ordered, "Follow them." In front of Zhang Changzong, Yang Fan couldn't be too close to Wan, so he walked shoulder to shoulder with Zhang Changzong. Wan had someone to take care of her, so she didn't have to look back all the time. He didn't know that during this outing, he would be targeted by an ignorant and lecherous person, which caused such a big trouble. Chapter 1009. The Xingjiao Temple was very popular. At first, the reception monk did not notice Yang Fan and his group. But when Shanghai Wanner donated a large amount of money and Yang Fan and Zhang Changzong also added a stroke to the merit book, the glowing and solemn reception monk immediately greeted them with a smile. After some small talk, Wen used her mother's surname and called herself Zhang Wan'er. She came here with her husband to pray for Buddha to protect the child in her belly. So Yang Fan became her husband. Yang Fan was now a big shot in Chang, and so he changed his name. Wan changed her surname, and he changed his name. In front of the reception monk, Yang Fan became Yang Qiao. The two of them said this in front of Zhang Changzong, but Zhang Changzong did not know that their pretense was actually the truth. He secretly praised the two of them for covering it up so naturally. The reception monk was very enthusiastic and good at talking. Buddhism also needed to attract more repeat customers so that the incense would be more prosperous. The reception monk politely offered to accompany the guests to tour the temple and also asked the abbot to bless the female donor. Wan was a Buddhist and Yang Fan also wanted good luck, so he naturally agreed. Du Wentian pretended to burn incense and worship Buddha, and at the same time he asked someone to approach Yang Fan and his group and eavesdrop on their conversation with the reception monk. He learned that the person's surname was Yang Qiao, and his wife's name was Zhang Wen. He had never heard of such a person, so he naturally became more courageous. The Xingjiao Temple was composed of 3 parts: the hall, the sutra tower, and the pagoda courtyard. Although Yang Fan and Wan donated a large amount of money, they could not go deep into the hinterland, so they mainly toured around the hall area. After leaving the Grand Hall, they first went to see the 18 Arhats Hall, and then to see the diamond sutra carved on the wall. I was very interested in it, and she also listened to the reception monk's explanation with great interest. Although the reception monk was a bit unscrupulous, he had a deep understanding of the sutra, and they got along very well. Although Yang Fan found it boring, as long as he accompanied one, he was not impatient. Zhang Changzong impatiently followed the receptionist monk, blindly listening to his explanation of some Buddhist scripture. He called out to Yang Fan, took a few imperial bodyguards, and called a young acolyte to lead them on a leisurely stroll. The reception monk accompanied Yang Fan and Wanner as they walked around the front of the temple. When they arrived at the east room behind the main hall, he stopped and said to Yang Fan, "The abbot's place is not good. Please go to him. Please wait here for a moment. I will go and invite the abbot." "Master." Yang Fan nodded to thank him, and was about to go with Wan to the room. Yang Fan smiled. There were many pines and bamboos in the yard. It was quiet and pleasant. In the middle of the pines and bamboos, there was a wall with 1,000 Buddha statues carved on it. Wan was very interested, so she let Yang Fan go into the hall first. If a man was not in the mood to wander around, not only would he feel bored, but his body would also be exhausted. This had nothing to do with the strength of his legs. Yang Fan had no interest in Buddhism, and his feet were already hurting. At this moment, he was not as energetic as the big-bellied one. He saw that the courtyard was quiet, and Wan had Gowing, Lan Yiqing, and the others with her. He was not worried about accidents, so he went to sit in the hall. Du Wentian had been quietly following behind Wan. Seeing that the master and the mistress had separated, he immediately came over. Yang Fan only sat in the hall for a while, and then he heard a quarrel coming from the courtyard. The woman's voice seemed to be a sapling. Yang Fan frowned and immediately walked out. When he walked out of the door of the hall, he happened to see Zhang Changzong's fair and clean face red with anger. Zhang Changzong pointed at a young man in a scholar's robe in front of him and screamed like a fighting cock, "Beat him to death!" A few guards beside Zhang Changzong rushed forward. The young master in the scholar's robe was Du Wentian. He had his own slaves who were also proficient in martial arts, but they were no match for the imperial guards. In a short while, they were all knocked down by the imperial guards. Zhang Changzong also personally stepped forward and kicked young master, Du, who was beaten to the point where he could not fight back. When Zhang Changzong gave the order, Yang Fan happened to appear at the entrance of the hall. Seeing the situation, he did not stop it in time. Wan was beside him, and since she did not stop it, there must be something hidden. Moreover, these palace guards were Zhang Changzong's people. Even if he wanted to stop them, they would not listen to him. Yang Fan saw Wan standing at the side, frowning slightly. Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing's faces were full of anger. He walked over and asked Wan, "What is it?" Wan said unhappily, "This lecher took advantage of Xiao Miao." Xiao Miao's pretty face was red as she stood at the side. Her little chest was puffed up, but it made her look even stronger. This Du Wentian did not only use such despicable methods to seduce women. With his family's talent and handsome appearance, he naturally had his ways to seduce women. But today, Yang Fan and his party were obviously accompanied by a male master. It was impossible to get close to the women. From the way Yang Fan and his party acted, although they were not from a noble family, they were definitely from a wealthy family. this kind of family would not be easy to get. Instead of getting close to them, it was better to get close to them. If they felt pain, they would obediently offer up their women to avoid disaster. Therefore, Du Wentian's method was to get beaten up. If the young master of the Du family was beaten up because of a small conflict, he would have enough reason to use the Du family's power and connections to pressure the other party. At that time, beautiful and cute girls like Shu Xiao Miao, Gowing, and Lan Yiqing would be at his fingertips. Unless their family background was similar, who would offend him for a few pretty maids. In addition, this was also a test. The information his subordinates had gathered was not very detailed. This could also be used to find out more about the other party. Although he was already 90% sure that this group of people were not from a powerful family, if his judgment was wrong, with his family background, he would only be casually taking advantage of a maid. As long as he revealed his identity, both parties would just laugh it off. Having made up his mind, Du Wentian took advantage of the moment when Shu Xiao Miao walked past him to relieve herself and pinched the girl's perky buttocks. Who would have thought that what awaited him was not a slap from the girl, but a violent beating? He was beaten so badly that he did not even have the time to reveal his identity. At this time, Zhang Changzong's interest in traveling had run out, so he let the young monk lead him back. Coincidentally, this scene was seen by Zhang Changzong. What was Zhang Changzong's temper? He thought that he was the one who proposed this trip, and he was the one with the highest status in the group. Now that tree sapling was humiliated, it meant that the person he brought was bullied. Wasn't this a slap to Zhang Changzong's face? Hu In Chang, and dared to touch his whiskers. Zhang Changzong was furious and immediately attacked. Although Wan thought that Du Wentian was elegant and gentle, there were too many people with a golden appearance. Shu Xiao Miao had no reason to slander him. But now that Zhang Changzong had come forward to teach him a lesson, she naturally did not have to say anything. Yang Fan asked about the situation and also felt extremely disgusted with the young master Du, but when he saw that Zhang Changzong and his group were extremely ruthless and had beaten Du Wentian and his slaves badly, he stepped forward to stop Zhang Changzong and said, "Lu Lang, please calm down. You don't have to dirty your hands and feet with such a vile person." Zhang Changzong gave Du Wentian a heavy kick in the face before he stopped. Those slaves hurriedly climbed up in pain, picked up their young master, and ran away. They had always acted according to Du Wentian's eyes. Today, they did not know why the young master did not reveal his identity. They thought that the young master had other plans, so they did not dare to say anything. But they did not know that Du Wentian had long wanted to reveal his identity. But as soon as he made his move, he was punched in the nose. He almost fainted from the pain and could not speak at all. The slaves of the Du family dragged Du Wentian away. Zhang Changzong was still angry and said, "If it was not for Erling's words, I would have cut off his cheap hand and tongue today." Yang Fan laughed and said to Shu Xiao Miao, "Who asked you to be so beautiful that even I want to talk to you?" No wonder that libertine was lustful. Now that Lu Lang has helped you vent your anger, quickly come forward and thank him. Shu Xiao Miao felt a little shy after being praised by him. This little girl had fallen in love with Yang Fan when he was still a bald little monk. Even though she now knew that he was Shanghai Wan Er's lover and it was impossible for her family to be with him, she was still happy to receive his praise. Shu Xiao Miao slowly came forward and bowed to Zhang Changzong to thank him. Zhang Changzong felt that he had gained face, so he laughed and let it go. Yang Fan did not take today's matter to heart. After all, it was the young master who was in the wrong first. So what if he was beaten? It was good to teach this lecher a lesson. Not long after, the abbot of Xingjiao Temple came and gave Wan a blessing. Then they left Xingjiao Temple to continue sightseeing. Du Wentian was carried by his slaves and hurriedly escaped from Xingjiao Temple. They only stopped when they reached a forest. They wiped the bloodstains and bandaged his wounds. Du Wentian spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. He felt that his 2 front teeth were loose. He touched his nose and immediately screamed. The bridge of his nose was swollen to a frightening degree. Zhang Changzong's kick had not held back at all. Du Wentian did not dare to go home in this state. He spat out another mouthful of blood. He bared his teeth and said with hatred, "Take me to the city to heal my wounds. Qinjia, you follow them. You must find out who they are and where they live. If I don't take revenge, I am not a man." Yang Fan and the others left Xingjiao Temple. After walking for another 10 miles, they saw a silver river flowing around the forest. The forest was green. Further ahead was a gentle hillside. In front of the sparse forest was a rather flat meadow. The green grass was like an exquisite carpet. The sun shone through the branches and leaves on the open grassland in the forest. The light and shadow were mottled, and there was a kind of tranquil and peaceful atmosphere. Zhang Changzong was a hot-tempered person, but his temper came and went quickly. He had already forgotten what happened in Xingjiao Temple. Seeing the beautiful scenery in the forest, he excitedly said, "Let's rest here." Yang Fan and Wan also liked this quiet and wild place. The two of them nodded, and the guards and maids started to get busy. They set up tents in the forest and spread out felt mats on the grass. Some people set up stoves to make a fire. Some people fetched water to cook, and some people gathered materials from the ground to pick up some mountain food and wild fruits. They also brought a few jars of good wine. They had a picnic and a feast. But what kind of status did these three have? Yang Fan was a bit better. He didn't want to be a burden when he traveled and wanted to be free and unfettered. Wan grew up in the palace, and Zhang Changzong came from a noble family. Both of them were people who never got tired of eating fine and fine food. When they traveled, it had become a habit for them. Therefore, they were extremely extravagant and large. Naturally, they couldn't hide from Du Wentian's spies. Du Jingting, the master of the Du residence in the south of the city, was reading a letter. The letter said that Prince Gaoyang Wu Chongxuan, Princess Anil and her husband, and the 5 princes of Prince Yang, Li Dan's family would come to Chang. Du Jingting was immediately tempted. The Guanlong family had benefited greatly from the coup in Chang, but they were not satisfied. How could they be satisfied with just seizing the Shandong aristocrats' benefits in Guangzhou? They not only wanted to suppress the Shandong aristocrats, but they also wanted to restore the Guanlong family's former glory. There was no limit to their desire. The empress's return to Chang was a crisis, but it was also an opportunity. Everyone knew that the empress wouldn't be around for long, and they also knew what it meant for the empress to move the capital to Chang. And for the past 10 years, under the empress's despotic power, the Guanlong family was like 1,000 trees in the dead of winter, lifeless. Now that the winter was about to pass, their long-dormant ambitions were stirring. I need to establish contact with the Wu and Li families to deal with the changes in the future. Du Jingting immediately made a decision. In his eyes, Zhang Changzong didn't have much value. A family with thousands of years of history wouldn't care about this kind of meteor-like politician. But one of the Wu and Li families would definitely become the ruler of the world, so it was necessary to make friends. Du Jingting thought to himself, I should let Tian go greet them. They are about the same age, so it's easy to establish a relationship. If there are any changes in the situation, as a father, it'll be easier for me to save the situation. The plan was decided. Du Jingting raised his head and asked, Where's Wen Tian? The housekeeper bowed and said, Lang Jun went to Xingjiao Temple. Du Jingting frowned and ordered, Go find him quickly. I have something important to tell you. Chapter 10:10. Chen Jia was a servant of the Du family and was loyal to the Du family. He was about the same age as Du Wentian and had been Du Wentian's companion since childhood. Therefore, he was deeply trusted by Du Wentian. After watching the other servants escorting the young master to Chang and city, Chen Jia went to look for traces of Yang Fan and the others. The 5th month of the year was already past the best time to go for an outing. Although there were many tourists on the Fan River, most of them were in groups of 3 to 5. There weren't many families like Yang Fan's group. This Chinjia was quite persistent. As he searched, he asked around. Finally, he found Yang Fan's group. Chinjia was very clever. He watched from afar and did not approach them. Occasionally, he would see 2 or 3 tourists wandering around, and he would go over to talk to them. From afar, it was even harder to tell that he was following them. In the evening, Zhang Changzong, Yang Fan, and the others returned after they had enjoyed themselves. Chunjia carefully followed behind them. When they entered Chang and city, it would be easier for him to follow them. Chang and city was under construction everywhere. Craftsmen and laborers were all over the city. It was inconvenient for pedestrians to go in and out, and the streets were crowded. No one could find Chinjia hiding among them. Chunjia followed Yang Fan's team all the way to Longqing Square. He did not feel anything until Yang Fan and the others' carriages arrived at the Longqing Pond and drove along the only road to the island in the middle of the lake. Chunjia was stunned. As a local of Chang, and often traveled with the young master, he certainly knew where the island in the middle of the lake was. He also knew who was living there. Chunjia did not dare to act rashly. He only watched from afar until Yang Fan and the others' carriages all landed on the island in the middle of the lake. Chunjia then turned around and slipped away. Du Wentian moved into the mansion of the Du family in Chang and invited a famous doctor who was good at treating bruises and injuries to treat him. He was gnashing his teeth and cursing Yang Fan and the others when Chunjia hurried back. Du Wentian's eyes lit up. He immediately jumped up and asked, "Did you find out their identities and residences?" Chunjia wanted to say something, but hesitated. Seeing this, Du Wentian immediately waved his hand to dismiss all the maids in the hall. Chunjia then moved in front of him and whispered, "Langjun, I'm afraid we've kicked an iron plate this time. We really can't afford to provoke those people." Hearing his words, Du Wentian calmed down a little. There were many hidden talents in Chang, and even if the Du family was in its heyday and was known as the heaven-quenching ruler, it could not cover the sky with one hand, not to mention now. Did that group of people really have a great background? Du Wentian hurriedly said, "Cut the crap and tell us where they came from." Chunjia told him in detail how he followed Yang Fan and the others. Du Wentian could not help but be stunned. Chunjia whispered, "Langjun, the family's master, is surnamed Yang. The young man who ordered people to beat you is even more beautiful than a woman." Du Wentian slowly took a breath and only felt that his loose teeth were a little sore. He said, "Yang Fan, surnamed Yang? The beautiful young man is Lulang Zhang Changzong?" Chunjia lost his voice and said yes. When the man surnamed Yang went to stop the beautiful young man, he called him Lulang. In this era, friends who were familiar with each other often called each other by their seniority. When Du Wentian attended a gathering of friends, there were always 5 or 6 Delong and Erlang, but Lulang and Chilong were not rare. Therefore, when he heard Yang Fan call Zhang Changzong Lulang, he did not think much about it. However, although there were many Lulang in Chang, and there was only one living on the island in the middle of the lake in Longqing Square. For a moment, Du Wentian was dumbfounded. Chunjia looked at the young master sympathetically and knew that he could not get back at him. Chunjia comforted him in a low voice. "Fortunately, they do not know who we are. It was just He looked at Du Wentian's nose, which looked like a clown with plaster. He did not say a small conflict, so he changed the topic and said, "Langjun, let's just forget about it." What else could he do if he did not forget it? In Du Wentian's view, if that General Zhongwu really wanted to deal with him, it might not be impossible. But if it was Zhang Changzong, he really had no chance. Yang Fan had kept a very low profile in Chang, and this time, although the turmoil in Chang and was planned and led by him, not many people knew the inside story. Many people only knew his name because of the assassination attempt. Everyone knew that it was because this unlucky guy had taken the blame for someone else and almost lost his life with an arrow. This had infuriated the imperial court and caused a great purge in Chang. And because of this, Hu Qianxian of the censor and Chen Xianlang of the Ministry of Justice, who had been saved by him, regarded him as a friend and often visited him. As for Yang Fan's identity as the head of the Xian clan of the Succession Hall, most of the descendants of the aristocratic families in Shandong knew about it, but only important figures like the clan leader and the leader of the Guanlong family knew about it. These people all kept this secret to themselves and kept their mouths shut. It was the same for Du Jingting. His son, Du Wentian, naturally did not know the details. Du Wentian dejectedly sat back in his chair and waved his hand weakly. Chen Jia understood and was about to bow and leave when Du Wentian suddenly stood up in shock. This sudden movement affected his wound and caused another wave of pain. Du Wentian hurriedly held his nose and said in a low voice, "If that person surnamed Yang is Yang Fan and that beautiful youth is Zhang Changzong, then who is that beautiful, pregnant woman Zheng Weiner?" The master and servant looked at each other, their eyes gradually revealing a look of inconsolable shock. Qin Jia stammered, "Lang Jun, it can't be?" Du Wentian grinned hideously. "Then who could she be?" Du Wentian hurriedly paced in the room. Qin Jia chased after his figure and stammered, "Then what does Lang Jun plan to do?" Du Wentian suddenly stopped and sneered, "Don't let me know the truth. Otherwise, I will make you suffer." Chen Jia hurriedly moved in front of him and whispered, "Lang Jun, that Zhang Changzong is the most favored person in front of the emperor. We can't afford to provoke him." Du Wentian coldly glanced at her and said darkly, "Who said that if I want to take revenge, I have to go into battle? Not even the emperor can control the mouths of the common people." The next morning, in Wan Er's boudoir, a ray of sunlight shone in, filling the room with a soft light. Wan Er leaned against a pillow on a low-legged embroidered couch. Holding Yang Fan's hand, she gently drank goat's milk. After drinking a bowl of goat's milk, Yang Fan put the bowl back on the gold-embroidered table and picked up a wet handkerchief from the table to wipe the corner of her mouth. Wan Er said, "Prince Gaoyang, his wife, and the Prince of Xiang's fifth son are coming to Chang'an today. When the sage moves the capital to Chang, and there will be no less than 300,000 people accompanying him. If such a large number of people were to move all at once, the prefectures along the way will certainly not be able to handle it. After moving into Chang, and there will certainly be chaos for a while. It seems that the sage intends to move in batches. Next, the imperial family will move one after another." Yang Fan shook his head and said, "I think that this is only one of the reasons. The emperor is currently paying great attention to balancing the power and influence of the Wu and Li families. Unfortunately, she has overlooked the rise of Second Zhang." Wan Er's black brows slightly furrowed. She quietly said, "The emperor's love for Second Zhang has blinded her eyes. Second Zhang's great power is indeed not appropriate. In reality, Second Zhang should not be so passionate about power. Their power is a rootless tree. Forcibly seizing it will only bring disaster to them." Yang Fan smiled faintly and said, "But how many people in the situation can see clearly? If you advise Second Zhang to only seek wealth and not to be tainted by power, they will only think that you are trying to harm him." Wan Er sweetly said, "I naturally won't be such a meddlesome person. I am just expressing my feelings." After a pause, Wan Er said, "Do you know that the sage actually wanted Prince Tang Changwang and Prince Yixing to come to Chang'an?" Oh, hearing this, Yang Fan's curiosity was immediately piqued. Prince Tang Changwang and Prince Yixing were both the sons of the current crown prince, Li Xian. Prince Tang Changwang was Li Zhongfu, and Prince Yixing was Li Zhongjuan. Li Xian had 4 sons. The eldest, Li Zhongruan, had been beaten to death by Wu Zetian for insulting Zhang Changzong. The youngest of the remaining 3, Li Zhongmao, was still a child. Only Li Zhongfu and Li Zhongjuan had grown up. Yang Fan also felt that having the crown prince's sons move to Chang and first was a positive political signal to the world. Their statuses were more important than the Prince of Xiang's sons in politics. However, the empress had sent the 5 sons of Li Dan, the Prince of Xiang. Now that Wan mentioned it, he understood that there must be a reason. Wan said, and Lu heard that the sage wanted to send her husband to Chang, and so she begged Wu Chongxuan to bring her along. Wu Chongxuan had always doted on and feared in Lu. He did not dare to disobey, and naturally agreed. The sage was very unhappy when she heard this, so she sent the Prince of Xiang's son instead. And Lu was the crown prince's daughter. Wu Zetian had originally wanted to send Wu Sanxi's son and the crown prince's son to Chang, and as representatives of the royal family. But once Princess and Lu came along, as the crown prince's daughter, she broke the balance. So the empress sent the Prince of Xiang's son instead. Yang Fan frowned and said, "Didn't she just give birth?" Wan smiled bitterly and said, "So what?" And Lu gave birth less than half a month ago, and then she called her friends out of the city to play. This and Lu has always been willful and unruly, but Wu Chongxuan just happened to listen to her and listen to her. Who could do anything to her? Yang Fan thought to himself, she's not just willful and unruly. She's clearly short-sighted and doesn't care about the big picture. What a stupid woman. She was born with such a good body for nothing. Yang Fan could imagine that Li Guo'er's actions were just because she was willful and unrestrained, or perhaps she still had some vanity to show off. After all, in Luoyang, her status as a princess was nothing, and there were many people with higher status than her. But in Chang, and before the Son of Heaven and the other powerful ministers and relatives arrived, her status would be the most respected. But once she made this request, Wu Chongxuan would naturally not dare to disobey, and Wu Sanxi would certainly be happy to see it happen. Once the ship was already on the ship, her parents could only mourn behind her back. They had always been cautious around the empress and did not have the courage to persuade their daughter to change her mind. If they did, their intentions would be too obvious. Not many people knew about this family affair. Wan who was in the emperor's presence, knew everything, but how could outsiders know? The officials outside could only speculate that the emperor planned to have the Prince of Liang, Wu Sanxi, and the Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, control the military and government respectively, and then have the crown prince, Li Xian, control the monarch, forming a tripartite balance of power. In this way, the officials who were loyal to Li Tang would most likely submit to the Prince of Xiang, who understood the difference between real power and false reputation better than them. This was originally an excellent opportunity for the crown prince's faction to make a name for itself, but it had unexpectedly helped the Prince of Xiang. Li Xian having such a stupid daughter was truly a misfortune for his clan. Wan saw him tilt his head in thought and asked with a smile, "What are you thinking about?" Yang Fan came to his senses and sighed. "Wan, if we have a daughter, we have to teach her well. If we have a daughter who wastes the family's fortune, she'll really anger father and mother to death." Wan giggled and rolled her eyes at him. "You're so annoying. How can you compare my child to Anil? If I have a daughter, she'll definitely be an obedient and adorable little lady." Yang Fan laughed and brought over a plate painted with gold and silver. On the plate were cherries that had been washed by spring water, bright and glistening. Yang Fan picked up a ripe cherry that was so red that it was almost black and offered it to her. Wan opened her plump red lips and sucked the cherry into her mouth. Her nimble tongue even took the opportunity to lick the tip of his finger, overflowing with charm. Yang Fan was captivated by her gaze, and then he saw that her lips were wet with cherry juice. They were moist and glistening, extremely alluring. He couldn't help but feel his heartstrings sway. He couldn't help but bend down and kiss those tender and alluring red lips. Pressing his teeth against her, he hooked out her little tongue and began a lingering kiss. An uncontrollable moan came from the bottom of Wan throat. Wan was also aroused by his kiss. She couldn't help but wrap her arms around his neck. Although Yang Fan had recently stopped taking supplements, his desire was still aroused. Wan and Yang Fan had been husband and wife for a long time. Whatever Yang Fan could feel, she could naturally feel. Wan quickly retracted her body and giggled. Lang Jun, you're up to no good again. I don't dare to serve you now. Yang Fan glanced at her belly with hidden bitterness and said, I know. In this big world, this little guy is the biggest. Wan giggled and made a mischievous face at him. She said, Well, you have to be jealous of your own child. She bit her lip and suddenly said, Lang Jun, you've been in Chang'an for almost a year. Have you never touched a woman's body? Yang Fan was startled. Suddenly he cried out in grief, Isn't that so? If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. I have 3 beautiful wives in vain. Now I've been a monk for almost a year. This is really a great injustice. Wan softly snorted and glanced at him. She said, What about Miss Gu? She's like a delicate flower by your side. Haven't you plucked her? Yang Fan did not hide Gu Zhuting's matter from Wan. He had already told her about Gu Zhuting's existence. Yang Fan had planned to wait for Gu Zhuting to finish her work on Ba before bringing her to meet Wan. They were going to be sisters, so there was no need to hide it. Yang Fan dejectedly said, I really haven't. Although Wan knew that he was pretending to be pitiful, she still couldn't bear to see her Lang Jun like that. Her pair of charming eyes glanced at Yang Fan. She shyly lowered her head and said softly, Lang Jun, go and take a bath. Yang Fan was stunned. He raised his arm and sniffed. He said blankly, I just took a bath after practicing martial arts this morning. I didn't even sweat. Why would I take a bath in the middle of the day? Wan blushed and turned her head. If you don't want it, then forget it. Yang Fan suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly said, I want it, I want it. Of course I want it. He jumped up and ran. Wan gently bit her plump and sexy red lips with her teeth, listening to Yang Fan's movements. Her pretty face gradually became flushed and a touch of charm appeared. Chapter 10-11. In a pavilion 10 li away from Chang, and many people were waiting for Royal Prince Gaoyang's carriage. Although the 5 sons of the Prince of Xiang had left the capital at the same time as Wu Chongxuan, they had deliberately delayed their journey and arrived at Chang, and at the same time as Wu Chongxuan and his wife. This saved the Chang and officials a lot of trouble. Today, only Lu Chaotian and the county magistrates of Chang and Wanyan counties had come to greet Wu Chongxuan and his wife. After all, this was a relative of the emperor and not a court official, so the local officials could not make a big fuss. The others were mainly relatives of the emperor and noble families. Many dukes and marquises who rarely went out and rarely saw each other all showed up today and chatted with each other. Thus, the waiting process was not lonely. Dugu Yu was also in the welcoming crowd. This time, the Guanlong family had taken advantage of the Shandong gentry's weakened strength to plunder a lot of benefits. Dugu Yu had played a big part in this, so his status in the Guanlong family was now much higher than before. The number of people who greeted him had also increased. In the forest to the side, Du Wentian looked down at the pavilion and said to Qin Jia, Are you ready? Don't make any mistakes. Qin Jia nodded and bowed. Don't worry, Lang Jun. I won't make any mistakes. Du Wentian nodded and reached out to remove the plaster on his nose. The plaster was very sticky, and when it was removed, Du Wentian grimaced in pain. Qin Jia circled around him, wanting to help but not daring. Du Wentian clenched his teeth and suddenly tore off the plaster, tears streaming down his face from the pain. In the distance, a row of carriages appeared with fluttering banners and drums. There was a commotion in the pavilion as the nobles tidied up their clothes and went forward to greet them. They did not line up neatly like the officials greeting their superiors. When officials greeted imperial envoys, they only needed to line up according to their rank. Those of the same rank could also be lined up according to their status and seniority, so the line was very orderly. However, these nobles and aristocrats all had similar statuses, so it was inevitable for them to exchange pleasantries. Duke Zhang, please, Li Wang, please, I wouldn't dare, thank you for letting me. Royal Prince Gaoyang, Wu Chongxuan, and Princess Anil, Li Gua. Er's carriage could already see clearly. Half a li away, Chen Jia was hiding in a thicket of wormwood that was half the height of a person. She stared at the guard of honor who was slowly walking over. When she saw that the guard of honor had arrived, Chen Jia tightened her grip on the horsewhip and struck the horses, but with all her might. The horse let out a miserable neigh as it dragged a cart full of firewood and galloped away. This Chen Jia was really ruthless. That horsewhip ruthlessly stabbed into the horse's buttocks. Although that horse was an old horse that could not run very fast, suddenly having its buttocks pierced was really unbearable pain. This dash was really as fast as an arrow. There was a small path from the forest to the official road in front of them. The path was very straight, so although the horse was startled, it ran along the small path out of habit. At the intersection of the small path and the official road, Wu Chongxuan's guard of honor had just arrived. The nobles and officials were still trying to be modest when they suddenly heard someone cry out, "The horse is startled! The horse is startled!" Everyone looked over in surprise and saw a horse pulling a cart full of firewood toward the official road, crashing into Prince Gaoyang and Princess Anil's guard of honor. A coarse, clothed coachman chased a few steps with his horsewhip. He discovered that the people on the road were very ostentatious and didn't seem to be easy to deal with. He immediately abandoned the horse and cart and turned around to flee into the forest. At this time they finally reacted, and all cried out, "Quickly stop the startled horse! Don't disturb the prince and princess carriage!" Although they said this, who could react in time? At this time there was a shout from the side, and a fast horse whizzed through the grass on the side of the road, quickly intercepting the startled horse. Because they were about to reach Shirley Pavilion, the curtain of the carriage had already been lifted. Princess Anil, who was sitting in the carriage, also saw the startled horse and the rider who was rushing forward without any regard for his own safety. This rider was very decisive. When he saw that the startled horse pulling the cart full of firewood was unstoppable, he immediately pulled out a snow-white sword. Li Gua. Ai's pretty eyes narrowed slightly as she saw the rider rush in front of the startled horse. The sword in his hand swung down, and a streak of blood shot up into the sky. This sword was extremely sharp and unexpectedly cut the horse's neck in half. Although the horse's head was cut off, its momentum didn't decrease. The horse's body collided with the precious horse under the rider's legs. The precious horse was knocked back a few steps and fell to the ground with a loud crash. The rider on the horse rolled a few steps, and when he got up, his face was covered in blood. It was unknown whether it was horse blood or his head was injured. If Yang Fan was here and saw this scene, he would give him a thumbs up and praise. Great minds think alike. The person who stopped the startled horse was Du Wentian. This move of his was similar to the one Yang Fan had used on Vermilion Bird Avenue. However, Yang Fan had been injured by an arrow and wouldn't be able to recover in a few months. He had to find a way to justify his injury, and Du Wentian's move was to cover up his embarrassment of being injured so that he wouldn't be ridiculed by others. Yesterday evening, the second steward of the Du residence hurried to Chang and to see Gue Wentian. Du Wentian didn't avoid meeting him. He and Du Jingting were father and son and were destined to be the head of the Du residence in the future. If he told the steward to shut up, how could the steward dare to meddle? The steward conveyed Du Jingting's order for him to come out and welcome Royal Prince Gaoyang. Du Wentian couldn't help but worry. He didn't dare to disobey his father's orders. But how could he face others in this state? No matter how he thought about it, Chen Jia was smart enough to help him think of such a solution. Although Du Wentian wasn't good at fighting, his horsemanship was excellent, and he also had a sword that could cut through iron like mud. He was able to play the role of a righteous man who stopped a startled horse. Du Wentian's face was covered in blood as he was supported in front of Wu Chongxuan and Li Guo. Wu Chongxuan couldn't help but go forward to comfort him and express his gratitude. Li Guo also got off the carriage and said with a smile, "What is this Longjuan's name?" Du Wentian was covering his nose with a handkerchief and mumbling in response to Wu Chongxuan when he suddenly heard a sweet voice. He looked over and was immediately stunned. In fact, it wasn't just him. When Li Guo walked out of the carriage, not only were many young people dazed, but many middle-aged men were also stunned. She wore a jade-green gown and her figure was graceful. Her breasts were soft and her waist was thin, and her curves were graceful. Her skin was as white as snow and as smooth as jade. When the sun shone on her, it was as if she was emitting a soft and bright halo. She was so beautiful that she didn't look like a mortal woman, but more like a fairy who had descended to the world. Even the history books, which had always been concise in language, rarely described her appearance, and would not add any comments. When mentioning Princess Enlil, there was a special note. Her beauty moves the world. One could imagine her unparalleled beauty. Now that she had appeared, she had stunned the entire audience. There were more than 1 or 2 people staring at her without blinking. The Princess Enlil of today was no longer the Li Guo, or who had been buried in the mountains for 16 years. She knew how beautiful she was. Seeing Du Wentian's dazed look, she smiled arrogantly and said in a gentle voice, "I still haven't asked the name of this Langjun who helped me." "Ah, Du Wentian from Fan Chuan greets Your Highness." Du Wentian came back to his senses and quickly bowed. Princess Enlil's eyes turned and she said, sweetly, "So you are a disciple of the Du family from Fan Chuan. Thank you for your help, young Master Du." Du Wentian repeatedly said that he didn't dare to. He lowered his eyes and looked at Princess Enlil's dress. He didn't dare to raise his head again, afraid that he would be shocked by Princess Enlil's unparalleled beauty and embarrass himself. However, he didn't know if it was just a psychological effect, but he felt that she was beautiful just by looking at her dress and the slightly exposed embroidered shoes. When the Chang and officials brought Wu Chongxuan and his wife into Chang, and Abdullah brought his little attendant Abbas to the island in the middle of the lake to pay his respects to Yongfan. Abdullah came to bid farewell to Yongfan. He was Shenmu's subordinate, but his identity as an Arab merchant was not fake. Arab merchants were the agents of a merchant, and they were entrusted by the merchant to travel thousands of miles to foreign lands to do business. These merchants were usually wealthy merchants who could rival a country and were respectfully called Tadeji. Abdullah had a Tadeji in Dashi and another in the Tang dynasty. The Tadeji in the Tang dynasty was naturally Shenmu. Abdullah was the bridge that connected the 2 rich Tadeji in the Tang dynasty and the Abbasid Caliphate. Abdullah's business was very big. On this return trip, he brought a total of 500 camels with him, and the whole team had thousands of people. The caravan was now gathering at the northern suburbs of Chang, and Abdullah took a break from his busy schedule and came here to bid farewell to Yongfan. On the embroidered couch, Wan Er's slender fingers, which had been dyed with nail polish, gently wrapped around the jade flute. Her red lips, which were not even a speck of red, gently leaned forward. Her starry eyes were half open and half closed. Her shyness was extremely seductive. She opened her mouth and was about to play a heavenly tune when she suddenly knocked on the window 3 times. Abdullah rushed to the island in the middle of the lake. Lan Yiqing, who was patrolling outside, asked him about his purpose and hurried back to knock on the window to warn him. The window was closed, so the people outside naturally did not know what was happening inside. But Wan Er was about to do that shameful thing and could not help but feel ashamed. When Yongfan heard the 3 knocks on the window, he knew that there was a guest looking for him. He could only suppress his desire and hurriedly got up, leaped over the wall, and quietly returned to his residence. The 2 villas were very close to each other. Outside the back of the house was a desolate bush, so it was very convenient for him to sneak around. Ha ha ha, my dear friend, Abdullah is about to return to Dashi. Today, I have specially come to bid farewell to you. When Abdullah saw Yang Fan walk into the living room, he opened his arms and welcomed him with a laugh. Yang Fan was in a very bad mood. Any man who had his plans ruined at such a crucial moment would not be in a good mood. Yang Fan pulled a long face and cupped his hands, saying, "This trip to Arabia is full of dangers and obstacles. I wish you a safe journey. It is a pity that I, Yang, am busy with work and cannot host a farewell banquet for you." Abdullah said, "I will leave immediately and have no time to drink. I have only made 2 friends in the East. One is Shinmu, and the other is your Majesty. Before we leave, I have a big gift for you." Abdullah winked at Yang Fan mysteriously and said, "Last time, I wanted to give you a few beauties, but you did not want them. This time, I believe that you will definitely accept it. She is too beautiful. She is the pearl of the desert. I believe that you must be itching to ride her." Yang Fan had known him for a long time and knew that the nomadic Abbasid Caliphate people were used to riding to express their sexual love. He thought that Abdullah was going to give him another beauty. But this time, Yang Fan did not reject him. He really did not want to be a monk anymore. If Abdullah was going to give him another beauty, he decided to half refuse and half accept. Yang Fan, whose willpower had been tortured by his desire, was dragged out of the living room by Abdullah. Pointing to the courtyard, Abdullah proudly said, "Look, isn't she beautiful? She is a charming little beauty. Look at her graceful waist. Look at her beautiful fur. Don't tell me that you don't want to ride her?" Yang Fan stared blankly at the little beauty in Abdullah's words. The little beauty raised her head and playfully snorted at him. "This is a very beautiful Arabian filly.